All right, let's get this party started.
BLNK Blink Charging awarded grant funds to deploy DC fast chargers by Michigan Consumer Energy and Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. That's Bravo Lima November Kilo BLNK. Letter F. F out with a press release. Says new product, strong inventory make Ford America's top-selling automaker for second straight month. Ford brand SUVs post best October results in 21 years. Ford Series expands lead. October new vehicle orders hit 77,000.
All right, Oxygen on the move. Good morning. Good morning, Jamie.
Letter F Ford.
Oh, good morning.
PTPI, Petros Pharmaceuticals, through exclusive marketing agreement with Hims and Hers Health, generates 476% year-over-year growth of Stendra tablet sales. That's Papa Tango Papa India, PTPI. Letter F Ford, October 2021, total U.S. vehicle sales of
All right, looking to buy some dips, Bitcoin once we see some buyers come in.
vehicles.
Let's see, Playboy, what are you doing,
33% of
Playboy?
retail sales in October coming from previously placed new vehicle order. That letter F.
Playboy's higher. All right, so yesterday we had a pretty decent improvement in breadth. Let's go take a look at that real quick, see how we closed. If you're trading Oxygen, congratulations. All right, so we're a little bit less than what, by the end of the day, a little bit less than what we saw on Monday for Tuesday's close, but New York Stock Exchange advanced decline is at new highs. All right, so probably taking a little breather. That would make sense. NIMO did pull back a little bit. Breadth thrusts showing a little bit of selling. All right, the moving averages, the black line continues to rise. And NAMO. So the growth stocks continue to rally, looking for dips to get bought. The NASDAQ futures look the best at the moment. I might buy some Q calls on any dips after around 10 o'clock or so. I don't want to chase anything. If you're trading Oxygen pre-market, congratulations. Nice trade. Oxygen looks good. All right, I'm not in it. I'm not in it. it had this nice move prior to the approval, the WHO approval of its Covaxin, whatever. So that's available in U.S. and Canada, I believe, right? Emergency use authorization. Let's see what some of these others look like. STEM. We're seeing some action in STEM, STEM. That might get moving here. STEM, what do they do? STEM, STEM. Provides software. All right. Industrial, commercial, electricity users, optimize energy by switching, whatever. Okay, so that's STEM. Kind of a misleading name, right? That's off 1% this morning. Options are picking up on those. STEM. Let's see. Wish is seeing some pre-market activity. Wish. All right, looking for that to get above the 6 level. Car. Lyft with earnings out. Lyft looking good. Uber also playing on Lyft. Uber. Both of those gapping up. Looking for the retail stocks to continue. We've got Macy's is up 1% pre-market. Macy's breaking out. Okay, that's from the watch list. I started the position this week on Macy's, looking for a follow-through. All right, FANG stocks, if the NASDAQ futures continue higher, I would think that most of these NASDAQ stocks will continue. Apple's up 0.5%. NVIDIA is up 1%, a little more than 1%. It's up $3, NVIDIA. All right, we got 9 minutes to go for the opening bell. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. So Macy's looks good, following through. What is Avis doing today? Car. That's flat. Apple's continuing higher. All right, NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA is higher. Pre-market, it's up $3 right now. NVIDIA. It's trading 267.10. Yesterday's high, 266.78. SPY is still drifting a bit lower. The Qs look the best. The NASDAQ futures look the best. Morning, Frano. All right. Keep in mind that the larger traders that trade in the pre-market, like Ross Cameron and what's his name, Tim Sykes and those types, they'll be selling right before the opening bell. They generally sell before the opening bell. So if oxygen continues to move higher, we'll watch for that strength. Right now, seeing some profit taking at the high right there at 18. That was a nice little move from 1650 or so. All right, so I see some profit taking coming in. Watching level 2 on Oxygen today. See if some big orders come in or not. We had a big order at 16. Let's see if it's still there. 16. Yeah, it's 16. We've got 18,500 shares bid. We got 62,700 at 1750 to sell. All right, that's probably Ross Cameron. He tends to go big. He tends to go big for, 20 cents, 10 cents. All right, waiting for the opening bell. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Good morning, Sean. All right, SPY is starting to rally. I'm looking forward to catch up with the Qs. NASDAQ looks good. I like all the FANG stocks look good. The FANG stocks look good. All right, NVIDIA is up $3.50 now. It's starting to push. Apple's pushing. Microsoft's off a little bit from the high. CAR pulling back a bit more. CAR. So the powers that be are telling you to sell CAR. So that's they've categorized it as a meme stock now. CAR, Avis Rent-A-Car. All right, let's see. Amazon, what are you doing, Amazon? Amazon is up 25 cents, not much for an Amazon. Tesla was up 3 before, it's up 250. All right, we're a couple of minutes away from the opening bell. We got less than 4 minutes to go. I like to take profits the first 15, 20 minutes of the trading day and then reassess the markets after 10 o'clock. Look for relative volume and price to be above VWAP and VWAP to be pointing higher and sloping higher. For bullish trades and sloping lower, price below for shorts. Right now, the markets have voted. The institutions have rolled their calls up from 4650 up to 4700. That's a big change that you should note. That's telling you the upside ceiling has been lifted, so we could trade on the dips. We could trade a bit higher. From May 2020 until August of 2021, 14 to 15 months, all we saw was the call wall lifting. And then to begin September, we started to see the call wall drift lower. Now that's shifted and started moving the other direction. So from May 2020 to August 2021, all we've seen is upward price movement with occasional 1 or 2, 3% moves back to the 50-day. We had a 6% reset. We're going into the seasonally strongest month of the year. And the odds are that we continue higher. Buy the dip, sell the rip. All right, so that's what I'm waiting for. Waiting for the opening bell. We got 2 minutes to go. 2-minute warning. NVIDIA, a little profit taking here, pre-market. Tesla's squeezing. Tesla looks good. Looks like it might get going here. Tesla squeezing. Cassava had pulled back. Cassava had pulled back. Looking for a bounce on Cassava and run up like it did yesterday. Wait for the buyers. Wait for them to show up before you put your money to work. All right, less than 2 minutes to go. All right, a little profit taking there. I'm seeing some profit taking. All right, yesterday, many of you were trading Playboy as well. Less than a minute to go. Playboy looks like it's got a nice follow through. I would look for a continuation of this. If you're thinking about scalping or entering Playboy, look for the opening range breakout and price to be above VWAP. High relative volume. If this continues, we had decent volume the last 2 days. This is showing institutions, footprints. All right, good luck, folks. That's the opening bell.
NDAX, Novavax files COVID-19 vaccine for provisional approval in New Zealand. That's November Victor Alpha X-ray, NDAX.
All right, Apple's on the move. Microsoft pulling back. Netflix, Google continuation. Playboy looks good. All right, FedEx, still chopping around FedEx. Macy's breaking out. All right, what's Saba doing? All right, Microsoft pulling back. So Microsoft's going to give you an entry. Saba watching that one for a move today. Cassava Sciences, that had a nice move yesterday. Okay, gapping down inside of the 921 and 50-day, looking for it to follow through again. All right, Cassava, watching it. All right, NVIDIA. Okay. Watching NVIDIA here. NVIDIA looking for a follow through. The Qs, watching VIX is pulling back a bit. The Qs watching the FANG stocks. Microsoft pulling back. All the FANG stocks pulling back now. Netflix is going. Watch Netflix. All right, Cassava, watching that one for the follow through. Macy's breaking out. Macy's breaking out.
S&P 500 down 0.1% after the open. Dow Jones down 0.2%.
All right, so we've got Microsoft pulling back. All right. Netflix trying to bounce. I wouldn't do anything the first 15 minutes except take profits off the table where applicable. Mara, dip on Mara, dip on Riot. All right, wait for the buyers to show up. All right, so, all right, I'm not interested in doing anything until about 9:45, 9:50. We'll see how this fleshes out. NIMO is at 12, plus 12. All right, so NVIDIA pulling back. It probably gets bought. The dip probably gets bought. IWM trying to lift more. IWM, small caps. Okay, the FANG stocks pulling back. A little profit taking, first thing. VIX popping up a little bit. We got FOMC today. All right, SPY is holding. All right, so let's see what the banks look like. Banks, Bank of America. Okay, that's flat. Goldman Sachs have broken out to 52-week highs yesterday, looking for a follow through. IBB is higher this morning. IBB looking for a follow-through, and the biotechs after initial profit taking. IBB, XBI. All right, buyers at the low of the day. XBI, you can see that on that wick. LABU, same thing. Wicks underneath these candles. They keep buying. They keep buying, folks. IBB, there's a wick under that candle. Okay, wicks under all of these candles from last week. Thursday, they started buying the dip on a higher low, looking for a follow-through. No rush to do anything, first 15 minutes. All right, Netflix, looking for the follow-through. Netflix, we were looking for it yesterday. It's starting to break a bit higher. Netflix, if it does get going today, it's got a $15 measured move. It's up almost 3 now. Microsoft still pulling back. Wait for the FANG stocks to settle down. All right, SPY looks a little better. It's too early. Too early. Bitcoin's still moving lower, so watch your Bitcoin stocks. Ethereum. All right, that's gapping up. Maybe take some profits because the majority of FANG stocks, or the majority of Bitcoins, it looks like they're starting to get bought right here. Watch Bitcoin here. Watch Bitcoin. Watch Bitcoin. Let's see. All right, Bitcoin's on a downward leg here. Bitcoin. Okay, let's see where it stops. Let's go to the 60-minute. Okay, so I got the 240E. That's the 20 EMA. The 130 is the 20 EMA on the daily chart. All right, SPY still dropping off here. SPY. Okay, we got a fade so far. 4,600 is a major support level. We could go down and touch it and test it. Apple starting, the dip starting to get bought. Looking for these FANG stocks to get bought now. What is Microsoft doing? Microsoft is off $1.63. Could come down to the 20 EMA on the 60 minutes. SPY still pulling back. There's not much to do anyway, Rob. FOMC. FOMC, I'm not really keen. Watch Apple here. Might be a nice entry here for Apple. Apple on a dip. Ocugen, big move lower. Ocugen. That's what I was thinking was going to happen. F-22s flyover. F-22 flyover. All right. All right, Qs. Keep an eye on the Qs. OCGN pulling back. Watching for buyers on the dip. There was a pretty big order at 16. That got taken out. Looks like that got taken out. There's another one at 14,000. 16,000 at 450. 1450. All right, Microsoft. Watching Microsoft. Microsoft on the dip's probably going to get bought here. I would think Microsoft has no supply chain issues. It's probably going to get bought down here. Microsoft's a little early, but it looks like it most likely will get bought. Let's see, that's Friday.
AMC Entertainment shares moving here on volume. Alpha Michael Charlie 4217. AMC.
All right, looking like we're getting bought here. Looks like we're getting bought. All right, watch Microsoft. I'd like to buy some calls on Microsoft on this dip. I'm keeping it light. Today's FOMC. We'll hear the minutes. We'll hear what they have to say. Bank of America's off a couple of pennies. Ford. Macy's is up $1.28. Macy's is ripping. Macy's is up 4.5%.
PHUN, Funware, COO Randall Crowder to appear on Benzinger's live TV at 12 p.m. Eastern Time.
Macy's plus 4.5%.
November PHUN.
All right, Macy's. Nice move on Macy's. Continuation on the breakout. Let's see what options look like. I might sell some premium. As you know, I was talking about selling premium. Macy's still going. Okay, Macy's. All right, Microsoft on the dip. Microsoft buy the dip. All right, VIX. All right, SPY and the Q still chopping around. It's still too early to tell what they're going to do after algos take care of imbalances. But Macy's taking off to the upside. Up nearly 5% and still going.
Company announcing a CEO transition this morning. Charlie Alpha Romeo Alpha CARA.
All right. Macy's, nice move on Macy's.
Shares of GameStop, GME moving here 225.
Watch GameStop on the move.
Today about 9% off Michael Echo GME. SDC, Smile Direct getting a pop here. Sandy Delta Charlie.
All right, so it looks good here. There goes Macy's. Macy's is up 5.5% now. All right, Microsoft, nice little bounce on Microsoft. Okay, Macy's, look at Macy's. That's ripping. Macy's is up almost 6%. AFRM trying to break out as well. AFRM.
PMI 57.6. The October final services PMI 58.7.
All right, looks good. It's been in a sideways range for 3 weeks. 3 weeks tight pattern. 3 weeks tight pattern generally breaks to the upside after a bullish breakout.
Milton
3 weeks tight. All right, it's been moving sideways. After a big cup and handle breakout, you generally see a lot of institutions take a break. You see that 3 weeks tight, and then the stock continues to move higher. So AFRM looks good.
says we think they have a huge pipeline, possible partnerships for phase 2 drugs and a potential Alzheimer's drug. Lots of potential recommendation. Please do your own research. That's BioV getting a pop on that tweet. From DPW co-founder.
All right, so Macy's. Got a nice breakout. If you go out a few years, you can see Macy's. There's a target overhead. Okay, this pivot over here around 34, I believe it was. 34. Probably keeps running. 36. 33 to 36. Okay, so that's what we're looking for on Macy's. Macy's looks good. Macy's still going. Macy's is up 6.5% now. Going for 7.
HUDI, Wadi International, halted on a circuit breaker on the way down, 2458. That's Hotel Uniform Delta India, HUDI.
All right. Macy's still thrusting higher. All right, still going. Looks good. Looks good. All right, a little profit taking there into the highs, Macy's. Macy's looks good. Let's see what OCGN is doing. OCGN. All right, looks like they're buying some here on the dip. All right, we got down to 1450, 1430. OCGN probably keeps going. Maybe scale in a little bit. Waiting for this lower high to kick in. What's Microsoft doing? Microsoft following through on the dip. I don't see any reason not to buy the dip on Microsoft if you're scalping. This is in a nice trend. Probably keeps going. This is one of the few stocks that doesn't have a supply chain issue. A lot of the software companies like Adobe, same thing. They don't have, I'm waiting for Adobe to break out. They don't have supply chain issues. They just write the software. I know I'm simplifying, but write the software and then make it available to subscription members. All right, looks like OCGN wants to keep going. Small caps, UWM, IWM at highs. Continuation, IWM.
APRN Blue Apron shares getting a pop to the high, seeing the January $10 call sweep now, Alpha Papa Romeo November, APRN.
UWM looks good. IWM.
Shares of Blue Apron, the APRN hitting a high of $10.46, up about 4.3% now at the high.
Bank of America looking for the breakout. Looking for the banks to follow through. Macy's still going. Macy's still going. Beautiful breakout on Macy's. Macy's going. All right, so the depth of this pattern right here, it's about $3, right? About $3.
HUDI shares resume trading now.
Maybe, let's see what the ATR. ATR is $1.30. It's up $2.30, almost 8%.
ASO, a new buy from Investors Business Daily.
All right, SPY's starting to turn. Watch the cues here. That's the FANG stocks looking for the dip to get bought. Microsoft, nice bounce. Cassava Sciences looking for that to break higher again. Kind of interesting how it ran up 20 points and then dipped around 2 o'clock. Now it's starting to get bought again. Cassava. Watch Cassava Sciences. Watching for Microsoft to follow through. Netflix had some trouble right in this area. Couldn't get through this area yesterday after dipping. Microsoft offering metaverse type applications, I guess. Software for Xbox and other platforms. All right, VIX is still hanging tough so far. All right, so we're starting to get a better sense of what the markets are going to do today. I'm not thinking that I'd want to do a lot given it's FOMC day, unless you see price action just ripping higher and volume picking up. I'd be scalping fewer positions. And then once the Fed is done, we'll take another look. The call wall shifted up to 4,700, so that's a major deal. Okay. So inside day or a little pullback to 4,600 wouldn't be out of the ordinary. This is day 14. Day 14. Or day 15. Day 15. Day 15. All right, day 15 above the 9 EMA. All right, we're starting to equal what we've seen in the past. After that 5% dip, 6% dip. All right, this is pretty much average, around 16 days above the 9 EMA with FOMC. So a couple of days, it would take a couple of days of downside, a couple of days of selling to breach all the put structure that we have below. If you've been reading Gamma, you understand what I'm talking about. And the fact that the institutions have rolled the call wall up. All right, here goes SPY. SPY on the move now. SPY starting to move. Watch the banks. Watch for follow through in a lot of these banks. Watch Cassava Sciences. That looks good. Tesla trying to bounce. Tesla's up 379. Facebook. They shook me out of Facebook. That pisses me off. Yesterday, that pullback. Looks like they're buying this right here. So I know, Anna, you were looking at this one too. If this breaks higher, there goes Macy's. Macy's hits 31. It's up 8.25%. Facebook looks like the follow-through. I like Facebook for the follow-through. Facebook's probably going to go today. I would think it held pretty well. Watch for Facebook to follow through. You can hate the man, but the stock is looking pretty strong. Macy's is still going. Wow, look at Macy's. It's up almost 10%. Beautiful move on Macy's. All right, Facebook looks good. All right, what time? Qs look good. S&P looks best. Facebook. Looking for a little dip on Facebook. Can we get a little dip first? The NASDAQ futures. All right, tick cumulative has gone green after being off for the last 6 trading hours. It was red most of yesterday. It's turning green now. Tick cumulative. Wow, Macy's has just gone ballistic. Look at Macy's. Big move. Look at the relative volume on Macy's. Facebook. Facebook looking like it's going to dip first. All right, Macy's is still going. Macy's is up 10%.
Coming up, Durables X Defense factory orders for September and ISM non-manufacturing PMI for October. It's 10 o'clock.
All right, goes Macy's. Nice move on Macy's.
ISM's
I wouldn't be surprised to hear Pete or Doc Najarian talking about Macy's. They've traded it in the past. They've noticed the option volume in the past. See this big candle right here? That's what I'm assuming is going to happen today. If we get any kind of action like this, then look for a consolidation for the next blast higher into earnings. Earnings are a couple of weeks away, near Thanksgiving. Facebook still dipping, no entry there. AVXL Grover looks good. AVXL looks ready to go.
EB BlackBerry shares popping to the high.
BlackBerry.
Seeing the November 12.5 calls active in EB. $12.31 now. Bravo, bravo.
Macy's. What a beauty. What a beauty. All right, starting to show profit taking. A little profit taking on Macy's. All right, so yeah, might still just keep going. Look at that volume. All right, there's some selling volume right there. Spy in the queues. Nothing yet. Nothing yet.
Expected at the end of the week. That's Romeo Alpha Delta. RAD CVS also announcing availability of Pfizer vaccine.
All right, Macy's, I took a little bit off. I have shares. Took a little bit off at 31.55. Stock is up more than 10%. 10% in a day, that's a gift. $10 in a day is a gift. You know, I like to take profits in the first 15, 20 minutes. Macy's, just let it go. Probably going to keep going. Options look good. This could blow up. Tomorrow could be a big follow-through. I wouldn't buy options up here. Wait for a little dip now. Coordinated with the indices, which are kind of backing off a little bit. IWM, pretty strong today. IWM still going. IWM, UWM still going. All right, so these look really good too. Macy's still going. All right, so it looks like they might get this stretching it a little bit, Macy's. Can't buy options up here at the high of the day. If you weren't in it earlier in the week, don't buy options up here. Wait for a little dip. Maybe even wait until about noon, 12, 1 o'clock. Maybe we'll get some kind of mention, some profit taking. Maybe this drifts a little bit lower. I would not chase it up here. I'd wait for a little dip now. We look for this signature move. This is the opening range breakout. Opening range right now, that's the opening range high, 10 o'clock, the opening range high right here. I sold some at 31.55. Look for a little dip. Early ABCD pattern. Spy in the queues, still not giving a follow through. So I'd be taking dips and waiting for, I'd be taking profits and waiting for dips. going into FOMC. All right, Bank of America ripping. Bank of America ripping here. Bank of America. Builders look good. All right, Bank of America, nice move on Bank of America. FedEx trying to break out. What's FedEx doing? FedEx. What's Facebook doing? Facebook on the dip. Facebook's still dipping right at VWAP here. Look for a little bounce on Facebook. Yesterday, they shook people out, including me, on that pullback below VWAP, only to reverse it in the last 2 hours of the trading day. Pissed me off. But what are you going to do? That happens all the time. UWM, nice follow through. I want to add to UWM and IWM in my retirement account. Those will probably continue for months. It took a 10-month base after a 148, almost 150% gain from the March 2020 low up to the high in February. Took 10 months before we broke out. All right, so there you go. So you got 150% move. Let's just say 150%. It was just shy of that. Breaking out now. Look at the moving average. All right, so that's the 10 period using the Faber strategy. The Faber strategy, you want to be long above the 10 EMA on the day, 10 SMA on the monthly chart. You want to be long above and you want to be short below. So it was a nice run. We got way extended. Took 10 months and then boom, there we go. This is month number 10. So technically it was 9 months. We got all the oscillators turning higher. So reason to think that the dips will get bought. Small caps outperforming. This is one of the strongest months of the year for small caps. So I'll be doubling up my positions soon. And if Ford doesn't get going more today, I'll probably take that position off. I have an average entry at 1788 on Ford. Ford's going. Okay, plus 1%. Okay, so Hyatt Hotels, nice bounce here. Looks like a range. Looks like it's setting up a range. Looking for a bounce back up to 87. So you got another 2.5 points to go. You got an RSI, an ATR of 2.2. It's up 94 cents. Looks good. I like it. VIX is spiking up a bit more. So look for that top out in VIX before you decide to do anything on SPY and the Qs. IWM still looks good. Small caps are working. Ford is going. Ford looks good after a respite yesterday. Continuation. Nomura had a $14 price target. I think it was 14 or 13. They obviously wanted to get into Ford. They didn't want to chase it up here at the highs, so they gave it a downgrade, whereas other firms were giving them upgrades. Ford Motor reports U.S. sales minus 4% year to year, 175,900, let's say 176,000 units. Up 195% over the last year. Electric vehicles, 14,062. Ford E-Transit is sold out, and the electric Ford F-150 Lightning has more than 160,000 reservations. Ford is going. All right, finally got it. Nomura got this one wrong. Well, actually, they got it right. They're probably trying to get in. All right. All right, so that looks good. Ford's following through, looking for the breakout. All right, Ford. Remember, we doubled up on Ford. But still, my average entry is 1788. We doubled up on Ford after hours. What was it, Monday night? All right, Ford looks good. VIX at the high of the day, so we don't have any follow through yet in VIX. What's Microsoft doing? Microsoft still at the highs, moderating here. All right, so a little bit lower, looking for Microsoft to bounce now. Ford still going. What's the Bitcoin stocks doing? I'd like to get into some Bitcoin. Playboy moderating here. IWM looks good. Netflix is reversing. Netflix is on a buy signal, folks. 5-minute buy signal on Netflix. Netflix is going to go here. Netflix is going to blow. I can feel it. I can feel it. About the time things will bounce, Netflix is about to go. Kasaba, big reversal on Saba. I bought some Saba shares. Saba, I bought shares. It's a day trade. Saba's going.
BYND shares trading up about 6% today. McDonald's debuting the McPlant burger at 8 locations in the U.S. That's probably Yankee November Delta, Michael Charlie Delta.
All right, SPY. All right, everything is starting to.
Spiking here. Tango Lima Romeo Yankee, TLRY.
All right, Microsoft looking for the bounce. Cassava Sciences. I bought some shares. Looking for the follow through stop. I'll move that higher here shortly. Nice dip. Looking for it to rip back up to yesterday's highs. That would be nice. Netflix looking for the follow through. What's Facebook doing? Facebook's still hanging out. All right. Apple looking for the follow through. A push above 152 today would be nice. All right, spying the cues. Now that the morning mishmash has taken place, we've got the algos taking care of imbalances first 15, 20 minutes. Looking for a follow through now. VIX dropping off. That's giving us a decent signal. Cassava looking for it to run higher today. All right, I'll lift my stop here shortly on Cassava. Netflix looking for the follow through. Netflix looking for the follow through. That was one that Grover mentioned yesterday.
COMS, Com Sovereign, seeking alpha post, mentioning a buy and $3.90 per share price target.
All right, Facebook looking for that lift. All right, spying the queue, still no follow through. We could stay right here. There's nothing that says we have to rally off of this. Cassava watching here. Saba, nice volume. Looking for a follow through back up to yesterday's highs. Remember, with the call wall shifting higher, I'm looking to buy the dip. With the call wall shifting higher, I'm looking to buy the dips. Okay, when you get these dips, what I wait for is the first couple of candles that show action, like this morning we're seeing right here, Cassava continues to push higher. Then the volume comes in, confirming that this is legit. All right, Cassava is up 6% now. Let's do 70. Let's do 70 today. All right, looking for Netflix to take off. All right, the FANG stock should start to see some nibbling. Maybe. All right, so this is looking good. UWM is up 1.6%. IWM, let's see what IWM looks like. IWM. All right, IWM is almost up 1%. UWM, it's a leveraged ETF. All right. So Sean is in put spreads on car. All right, that makes sense. Looking for the bounce. VIX is backing off. Look for your indices to bounce. Bank of America off the high of the day. Looking for a follow through in the banks. FedEx. Come on, FedEx. Do something. Playboy. Consolidating. forward at the highs of the day. Looks good. LOTZ starting to build higher highs and higher lows. LOTZ, that's from yesterday's car action. A lot of these stocks from this industry group moved higher. LOTZ. All right, so what is Bitcoin doing? Let's take a look at Bitcoin. I see some mentions about, all right, Bitcoin keeps dropping off here. All right, it's starting to get a little buy the dip signal on Bitcoin.
BIRD IPO for today indicating $21. All birds priced at $15. That's Bravo India Romeo Delta BIRD.
On the 5-minute, you got to buy the dip signal on Bitcoin. On the 5-minute, looking for the 30 and the 60 to reverse as well. We got a hammer on the 30-minute chart, Bitcoin. Let's see what we get going here with Ethereum. They bought the dip already. All right, Mara and Riot, those pull back. All right, so these will probably continue. Riot. All right, watching those for the dip buy. All right, so these could continue. What's the IBB and the Bitcoin, the Biotech's doing? Biotech's continuation. All right, that's the morning blog post. LABU. We keep saying, there goes LABU. LABU. Wow, nice. All right, XBI. LABU on the move. LABU plus 1%. 3%, plus 3%. Okay, so that looks good. The biotechs look good. IBB, looking for a follow through. All right, looking for the indices to get bought, looking for VIX to drop off. VIX is holding up pretty tight to the highs. All right. Netflix still hanging in this area. Apple trying to push higher. Looks like Apple might get going here. Apple starting to move up the list. Apple looking like this bounce is going to get bought.
Coming up at 10:30, crude inventories a build of 2.225 million expected. Distillates a draw of 1.443 million, and gasoline inventories a draw of 1.333 million expected.
All right, so Macy's. All right, so off the highs of the day. So you sold into strength. All right, still looking for this to follow through. So any dips most likely get bought. I like in the money options. So we didn't want to buy options up here at the high, but down here is starting to look a lot better. A lot of volume selling. Okay, Apple looks like buy the dip here, folks. Looks like a buy the dip on Apple. You know all those options. There's a lot more. Again, 152.50 on Apple for Friday. 41,000 calls already today trading. Apple. Already seeing 41K. Friday. The 152.50s, there goes Apple. All right, we're starting to see a lot more things bounce. We're seeing wicks on the Qs, wicks on the NASDAQ futures, wicks on the S&P futures. Tick cumulative is green. We've got 1.78 to 1 up volume on the NYSE, 2,700 stocks. broad measure of market participation. 1.24 on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ improving. Looking for the FANG stocks to continue. All right, looking for the FANG stocks to continue. Apple, go. Let's see if Apple can go here. Cassava. All right, flagging right now. Cassava looking for the follow through. Flag, bullish flag. UWM is up almost 2% on the day. Apple. I don't expect big blowout moves today. Look if we can see if we can get this follow through. Apple, Cassava, bullish flag. What is OCGN doing? OCGN. All right, dipping more. Lower lows, lower highs. Below VWAP. OCGN. OCGN below VWAP. Okay, so this is probably going to come back a bit before continuing higher, unless the buyers keep pushing it. Sell the news. Looks like OCGN. $100 million shares. All right. VIX looking for it to roll over here. Another bear flag. Netflix looking for the next spike to be higher. Netflix looking for 690 on Netflix. Netflix, what I'm looking at here is, you have this 2 days down. Yesterday I mentioned this. 2 days down and then a rip. Over here, you have a couple of days down, then a rip. You have a couple of days down, then a rip. So looking for a follow through on Netflix. Look for volume. Need volume to pick up a bit. RSI is above 50. All right, got to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back.
BIRT indicating $19.50 on 450,000 shares. Bravo India Romeo Delta again priced at $15. BIRD. Coming up, crude and gasoline inventories in 30 seconds. Gasoline stocks a draw of 1.5 million. Distillates a build of 2.2 million. Again, crude a build of 3.29 million versus the build of 2.225 million that was expected. Crude ticking slightly lower following those 10:30 data, and now reversing and moving higher. BCNX, Vaccinex tweeting now. Vaccinex says Dr. Elizabeth Evans will present poster highlighting expanded post-hoc subgroup analysis of the Signal phase 2 Huntington clinical trial suggesting a prognostic benefit in patients with mildly advanced disease with the
All right, not seeing a lot of momentum at the moment. SPY, the small caps are doing better. Small caps are doing better. They're at the highs. IWM is up 1%. UWM, its leveraged counterpart, is up more than 2%. Double the leverage. Ford flagging at the highs, $18.20.
17.5% now. Victor Charlie November X-ray. VCNX.
Walmart trying to get something going here. Walmart. What are the retailers? Retailers looking good after Macy's big run this morning. Macy's just sitting here. Macy's not halted, is it? Macy's? No. Okay. It's like it wasn't moving. Macy's looking for a little bit lower for an option entry. Macy's looks good. It was a breakout. It was on the watch list looking for the breakout. We finally got it today. All right, after what we saw on Thursday, Friday last week, we held the 9 EMA. Volume was looking pretty good. Looked like Thursday, Friday looked like institutions were starting to step in. That's why we put it on the watch list. Had to wait 3 days. We finally got the breakout after a big day on Monday. Let's look at some of the other ones like Target, my favorite. Target, all right, consolidating, that's fine. Costco, continuation. Walmart trying to do something. All of these should do well going into the Thanksgiving holiday. Walmart, 5 below, looking for that. TJ Maxx, I know 5 below looking good. That's continuing. That's probably going to be up at 200 and change, 237, 240, probably by the holidays. Tends to do well. TJ Maxx, I know Anton had mentioned it yesterday as well. TJ Maxx, nice follow through.
LCID Lucid, the December 39 call sweep now. Lima Charlie India Delta.
Big volume. TJ Maxx looking for the follow through.
Shares of Lucid popping to the highs 36.90.
All right, SPY looks like it's going to continue. Let's see, SPY just easing back up. SPY, inside day, easing back up to a flat VWAP. It's very possible and most likely that we're going to stay in a tight range between, we got about $1 range right in here. That's what I'm expecting things to do. I'm not looking to take options trades on the indexes unless we see some sort of volume and price action move away from VWAP, either up or down. And I don't expect that to happen before we hear the 2 o'clock, what is it, minutes today. All right, Netflix, looking for a breakout. Netflix just sitting here. FedEx is breaking higher. FedEx, we've been looking for a breakout on FedEx. Okay. Hopefully it does it soon. FedEx, I've been looking for it to leap above 240. All right, we're $2 out of the money right now. FedEx, the 240 call, and the 240 call active. Is active. The 240 call is trading $1.18. We're pushing higher very quickly. Cassava and pull back. Okay, looking for a bounce. Cassava. FedEx looking for the follow through. Busey, is it going to pick up where it left off on Monday? Busey. Can we get a push to 15? Bank of America at the high of the day. The banks, let's see what the banks look like. Goldman Sachs. Bank of America. Looking for the breakout. Kind of like Macy's, tight consolidation against the rising 9 EMA, looking for a pop to the upside. It is Wednesday, FOMC, so I'm not expecting a lot of moves, big moves today. Ford, GM, Tesla. These look a little tired right now, right? Don't they look a little tired to you? They look tired to me. TTM, the EVs, NIO. NIO looks a little tired. Toyota had a miss, right, on earnings. Still popped up on Monday. Lower vehicle sales. All right, let's go take a look at the EVs real quick. I just want to check these out real quick. I'm not expecting the markets to move bigly today until after 2:30, 3 o'clock maybe. All right, so these are all mostly below VWAP. All right, TTM Tata is moving higher. Nikola looks okay. $12 stock. LEV, Lion Electric Motor, nope. General Motors, Ford doing it, going alone right now. Lucid bouncing. Lucid looks like it's going.
McLaren Technology acquisition shares opening for trade at $10.05, priced at $10 per unit.
Yep. You got it right, Frank. Yep. Just don't chase these. I mean, Macy's, we're still flagging. Are we still flagging on Macy's? I want to buy some options on the dip. No reason to buy it just yet. Got a crossover. MACD still pushing lower. RSI could come back in. All right, Ford.
That's Delta Kilo November Golf EKNG DraftKings with that big call activity.
IWM. IWM still going. Look at the VWAP. Whenever you see that VWAP like that and relative volume, whenever you see this combination, relative volume plus VWAP, price above, your probabilities are much higher. I was steered away from saying exponentially higher, but your edge is much greater when you see this kind of pattern. VWAP is rising, relative volume is much greater than the previous day, and you got a very immediate opening range breakout that gets bought, volume confirming. MACD's above its signal line, stochastics rising, RSI showing muscle. Now this is up 1.2%, and its ATR given the recent price action, IWM. Its ATR is $3.39. $3.39. We're getting close. We've got another 50 cents to go, maybe 60 cents. All right, so I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it can follow through. FedEx still going. FedEx is up above 238 now. Maybe it breaks out. Casaba looking for a higher low. Higher low. All right, SPY. All right, so if SPY is going to get something going, it'll be, you'll see VWAP start to get moving. All right, so we're starting to move above VWAP. So give it an hour. If over the next 10 or so 5-minute candles, you start to see more action to the upside, we take out 461, maybe this continues. It all depends on VIX. If VIX drops off. All right, Ford, BKKT is higher, trying to push higher, BKKT. Be big. IBB. That's the highs here, IBB. Looking for these to continue higher. IBB is not doing as well because Amgen and a few others are off today. The big cap weighted stocks. All right, Amgen got bought this morning. That's interesting. Amgen got bought. Our big move on Amgen after earnings. All right, so big move on Amgen. All right, so this is just breaking trend. Amgen is a swing. Amgen's a swing long. Don't buy the high of the day. Wait for dips. Only on dips right now. It's at the high of the day, Amgen, so I wouldn't chase it here. But it looks good. There's that pattern again. There's VWAP, opening range breakout, relative volume looks good. Some of the other names in the IBB that were lower, like ILMN, that's starting to turn. Okay, Macy's. All right, so Macy's, they're buying the calls. All right, they're pulling back right now, so they could be selling premium right now. We got the 32 call for Friday, traded 6,390 contracts. The 30 call is trading 6,700 contracts for $1. All right, so Regeneron and Repligen, those pull back a little bit. REGN. Okay. Regeneron's okay. Repligen pulled back a little bit. So these IBB stocks. All right, so I'm looking for Biotechs to follow through today as entries. Okay, and you can see Insight was lower yesterday, looking for the follow through. So all of these are lending to potential follow through. All right, this looks really good. BGene. Where Biotech. This is a Gilead partner, right? Biotech looks good for the follow through. Where is Gilead? Gilead, there you are. Gilead. Gilead on the bounce. All right, so IBB should continue to move higher. IBB has heavier weights, like 5-6% on these top stocks, whereas XBI has like 1%, but there's a bigger array, and this is following through. This is telling you that biotechs are in play for a third straight day. 3 white soldiers. Whenever you see that pattern coming off of a base, look for the follow through. All right, so Macy's starting to show signs of might get going here. All right, buy the dip, sell the rip. I'm looking for buyers. Okay, we're looking for buyers here. Macy's. Macy's looking for buyers. Okay, we faded a little bit. Look for the buyers right here. Watch for the buyers. Okay, so we'll watch this for a minute. All right, so for new members can see this pattern. Here's your VWAP, rising, price breaking out of the opening range, dipping, so profit taking. Now let's see if they buy the dip. Let's see if they buy the dip. We got to see those bullish candles first. No bullish candles yet, so no entry. Netflix trying to push higher. Sava, higher low.
Committee on Wednesday will consider President Biden's domestic investment bill so full House can bring up the legislation that in a letter to colleagues reported by.
All right, Teledoc, TDOC, is that what you're looking at, Joel? Teledoc, nice opening range breakout. VWAP higher, relative volume looks good. Let's see, Teledoc, yeah, I like it. I like it, Joel, with a stop under 145. Teledoc, like it with a stop. All right, SPY's still going here. SPY could get something going. All right, looking for the FANG stocks to go. If the FANG starts moving, chicken or the egg. Wow, UWM is just cooking with gas, huh? UWM. I want to buy the dips. There's just no dips yet. No dips yet on UWM. Facebook, no follow through yet. All right, the spiders look the best. That's telling me to look at other. Let's take a look at the other. Okay, looking for the dip. All right, so growth, taking a break. Value, getting bought. Value is being bought. All right, watch for those sectors to continue being bought today. If you're not buying in this group, or if you're, let's go take a look at IWM. Remember yesterday, IWM, I told you these sectors needed to continue. These are the 9 small cap sectors. We needed to see these breaking higher. I can tell you without even looking at them that they already are. All right, so all these look good. All right, let's go to 1 year. All right, so there you go. All of these are breaking higher. All of these are breaking higher. All these small caps breaking higher. No surprise, IWM, UWM are breaking out. Okay, so IWM looks good. Continuation. UWM has just gone ballistic here. I'm tempted to buy at the highs, but I know better. I'm just talking to myself. All right, watching Facebook here. Facebook's starting to show some signs. Watch Facebook. watching Facebook, looking for Netflix to break out. The FANG stocks appear to be getting bought, so watch the cues. NASDAQ futures need to pick up. Our cues looking better. All right. All right, so far so good today. IWM, UWM, the leveraged fund continues. Nice, 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 nice. All right, watching Netflix. I'd like to see Netflix giddy up here. Nvidia's turning the corner, so the dip, looking for the dip to get bought. All right, so we had 2 days down on Netflix. Can we get a pop back up to 700 this time? Nvidia gonna be all over the metaverse with their chips. All right, nothing yet. Facebook, Apple's pulled back a little bit. SPY, everything is just sitting here. So I'm not looking for big moves unless VIX starts to drop off dramatically. I got an inside day on SPY.
LCID, Lucid, more call activity. The November 26th, $40 calls now. Lima Charlie India Delta.
Lucid,
LCID.
seeing some action. Lucid, LCID. Lucid continuation. All right, let's see if Lucid continues here. Lucid. Looking for the follow through. Opening range breakout. Pulls back the VWAP. Volume comes in. Pushes higher on the breakout above that pivot. Continues to push. RSI rising. Lucid looks good. Looking for a breakout and a follow through. UWM still going. Wow. It's crazy strong, UWM. All right, UWM looks good. Lucid looking for the follow through.
SNAP, and hearing it's a new pick from Whitney Tilson. Sandy November Alpha Papa, SNAP.
Let's see, what's Bitcoin look like? Bitcoin's trying to change direction. All right, SPY's trying to gather some steam here. Still a flat VWAP. The indices not doing much unless you're talking. See how it's pulling away from VWAP? If we string together more candles and we take out 461.70 or so, look for the VWAP to start to tilt higher. Watch for volume to pick up. VIX is dropping off, so we might get something going here. Might get something going. Macy's still dipping, no follow through. Macy's. All right, Bitcoin, looking for the turn in Bitcoin and Bitcoin stocks. Bitcoin looked good on the daily yesterday. Very quickly turned into profit taking today. Did we see them buy the dip and a push above 64.3? That's what you need to see. That's what we need to see. Netflix looking for a breakout. Wow, UWM is just crazy. Crazy strong. UWM.
NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings Company, will continue mandating 100% vaccination. NCLH.
All right, UWM.
Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings on their conference call right now. NCLH.
UWM as a breakout, by the way. UWM, the ProShares Ultra Russell 2000 is breaking out now. IWM already led by breaking out to 52-week highs. All right, we're at the highs, starting to take some profits off, it looks like.
IRNT, IronNet seeing call activity now. The weekly 12.5 call sweep. India Romeo November Tango, IRNT. Shares of IronNet getting a pop here on a spike in volume. $12.55. That's India Romeo November Tango, IRNT.
All right. Facebook looking for a push higher. UWM looks like a little profit taking at the highs. Apple still drifting a bit lower. Microsoft looking for the dip to get bought. Indices are just taking a break right now. Okay, Bitcoin.
Coming up at 2 p.m., the FOMC rate decision. And following that, the FOMC press conference. Shares of IronNet now spiking.
Bitcoin starting to bounce. Watch for the dip to get bought on Bitcoin stocks like Mara, Riot, Ethereum.
$12.85 off of that call activity. The weekly 12.5 call sweep.
It's 11 o'clock.
KEYS, Keysight announcing automotive software applications to test advanced infotainment and driver assistance systems. That's Kilo Echo Yankee Sandy, KEYS. AGS, a new buy from Zax. Alpha Golf Sandy. That's AGS.
All right, no follow through yet on the Bitcoin stocks.
Playags hitting $9.98, seeing a spike in volume. That's Alpha Golf Sandy, AGS.
You don't have to trade today. Today's FOMC decision day, so could wait until after 2 o'clock to see what the markets are going to do. Apple's still fading a bit. Lucid at the highs of the day. Lucid. Macy's looking for the dip to get bought right here. All right, you sold the strength, sold the shares into strength on Macy's. Macy's starting to bounce now. Macy's looks like it's going to get going. All right, watch for the bounce and the follow through. Macy's. Looking for the dip in Netflix to get bought here. Facebook looking for it to do something in a tight squeeze. SPY and the Q's kind of imparting a flat sentiment at the moment. Trade if you're scalping, but there's no hurry. Iron net on the move now. Iron net looks good. IRNT. Took a breather for a couple of days and now it's starting to move. Iron net. Took a breather for the last few days, looking for the pop. Last week this one was really active on Wednesday. Nice run from $11 up to 17. All right, looks like it might do something today. The 50 days up there at $17 and change. So it looks like the apes are out. The apes are out, it looks like. IRNT. All right, VIX starting to turn upward again. Positioning for the Fed, I guess.
DWAC, Digital World Acquisition, share is getting a pop here on some volume coming in now. Definitely see Alpha Charlie.
All right, looking for IRNT to continue higher.
Seeing the
All right, VIX is trying to make a higher high. It's still making lower highs for now on the 1 minute. FedEx at the high is starting to flag at 238. Macy's looking for a follow through. Lucid looking for another high. Lucid. UWM starting to flag just below 64 right here. Lucid. Excuse me, UWM. All right. Ford. Ford's up 30 cents, breaking out now. Ford. Ford, new high of the day. Continuation on Ford. Remember, we doubled up on this Tuesday night, or was it Monday night? I forget now. Yesterday was Tuesday. Monday night, I doubled up on this one. It didn't do anything yesterday. Nomura downgraded it to a 14 or 13 price target, I think, which kind of spoke of, oh shit, we missed this one. It's got lots of orders, lots of sales and deliveries. See if we can't get a lower entry. Yesterday, it kind of just chopped around 1770 up to around 1810. Today, it's breaking out. Ford pushing higher. Yeah, Daniel, I'm bullish IWM as well. Small caps ran from March of 2020 into early 2021. So it then went through a 9-month consolidation and broke out on month number 10. So with stocks trending, then going through consolidation, that's the two periods where we see what comes next. You got the trend, then you get the consolidation. Which direction does it break out? It broke out to the upside. The longer the base, the higher in space. I got to believe IWM's got quite a bit, maybe 260. I'm thinking 30 points at least. Ford continuation. Nomura tried to press it down, try to get a better entry. Not so much. All right. I'm expecting prices just going to hang out in a tight range until after the Fed.
BUZI Vuzix receives follow-on order to support another Fortune 50 customer supply chain operations. That's Victor Uniform Zulu India VUZI. DWAC Digital World shares continuing to pop here, 68.95 on increasing volume now, $69 the high, up more than 6%. That's Delta Whiskey Alpha Charlie.
Vuzi receives an order to support another Fortune 50 company supply chain operations.
Chief tells Senate that 5G
Vuzi, look for the breakout. Looking for the breakout.
can coexist. Shares of GoGo getting some volume here on that. Golf Oscar, Golf Oscar.
More news on Vuzi. All right. Ford continuation looks good. Looking for the breakout in Ford. Let's look at the weekly time frame. Ford weekly, nice cup pattern, no handle. Ford, nice weekly pattern, no handle. All right, that's fine. All right, the depth of the pattern is about $4. Let's say $4.
Pennystocks.com mentioning KTRA and DMAC, Diamedica, and Kintara Therapeutics. Two strong penny stocks that are ready to boom. That's Kilo Tango Bravo
Ready to go
Alpha getting
boom?
a pop here to the
Is
high
that
of
what he just said?
85.
Ready to go boom?
Diamedica, DMAC also getting a pop on that. That's Tipperang's direction on that.
So
Tipperang,
20,
not pennystocks.com.
2050 on the measured move. All right. Now let's put rate of change on here. Let's see. Let's put rate of change. All right, we're just about ready to get a crossover. Rate of change is accelerating. All right, that looks good. All right, rate of change accelerating on Ford on the breakout. All right, looks good. Ford. SPY's still just sitting here. I imagine this is what it's going to be like the rest of the day. You might get a few stocks that are breaking out for some follow through.
BIRD share is opening at 21.21, priced at $15. That's Bravo India Romeo Delta IPO for today. Share is up 43% from their offering price. That's Bravo India Romeo Delta, now at 21.76 BIRD.
All right. SPY turning up again. It just looks like we're going to stay in this pattern. Okay, flat VWAP. Whenever you see flat VWAP, look for price to stay in this dollar range that we're looking at right here, less than $1. Okay, most stocks will probably do something similar. They'll just hang out. That's pretty much what I'm seeing. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm going to stretch a little bit. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. I'm just going to take my headset off and take a break.
TLRY Tilray, the January 2023 $40 call sweep now on Tilray.
All right, so this is the best Tilray's looked in a while. We're sitting right here at this base. It gets above the 50-day. I don't mind waiting until we get above 12. You're only talking waiting for another point. If we get another point out of this one, look for a follow through and a swing setup. All right, that feels a little better. Lifted a few, did some biceps, triceps, some shoulder work just now. Get the blood flowing, get out of your chair. That's why I like having weights right here in my office. Anyway, looking for Netflix to break out here. Looking for Netflix to go.
MNMD, My Medicine, November 2.5 call sweep now. Michael November, Michael Delta.
Netflix, looking for the follow through. Looking for the squeeze to break out right now. Netflix is about to go. Watch Netflix here. All right. Bed Bath & Beyond, still showing 11 times relative volume. Express, trading 8 times. Express, EXPR.
WAC, Digital World Acquisition, the November $75 call sweep now. Delta Whiskey Alpha Charlie.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to go. DWAC looks like it wants to go now. DWAC. Not going to do anything with that one for now. Does look good though. Does look good. I don't want to take a whole bunch of new positions that have to close right before, scalps that I have to close right before FOMC. Does look good though. All right, what is the NASDAQ doing? NASDAQ, we're 50% green, 50%, about 55% green on the NASDAQ. We got T-Mobile at the highest. T-Mobile's number 1 on the NASDAQ 100.
ONYXU. Onyx Acquisition shares opening at $10.06, priced at $10 per unit. That's Oscar November Yankee X-ray uniform. ONYXU.
ONYXU. That's a new SPAC, I guess. Wow. All right, ONYXU. All right, so let's see who's doing what. SPY starting to get some momentum here, maybe get something going. Dow Jones all green. S&P 500 all green. Vertex, that was a big one. Vertex is up $9 now. Vertex was one of those IBB stocks. IBB. Vertex has about a 5% weight. All right, there goes your IBB from the from the morning blog post. Yeah, CCJ. Yeah, CCJ, we're seeing volume as well. I'm going to stick with the biotechs for now. CCJ had volume yesterday and Tuesday, yesterday and Monday. What did he say? Retail, the hottest sector, retail. Retail is killing it today. Retail, you got to have some retail in your trading, whatever you're trading. I have some Macy's still left. I bought some calls on the Macy 30 call. I bought the 30 call. Bought the 30 call on this dip. That's for Friday. I bought the Friday calls on the dip, the 30s in the money. I want this to work similar to price action if we get back to the highs and they keep buying on the dip. So far, it looks pretty good. We know that the biggest thing that's on my mind, and I might not be saying, I don't want to say it too much, but the biggest thing that's playing on my mind is that we've gone from 4,400, the call wall from 4,400 on this breakout right here, up to 4450, then the 4500, then the 4550, then the 40, and so on. Right now it's at 4700. The call wall has shifted to 4700, and the gamma flip has also moved higher, which is telling us that institutions intend for price to be higher through the month of November, seasonally one of the strongest months of the year. So if you're not trading, buying the dips, you got the best edge you're going to get. So a lot of times what you'll find is that maybe you're trading small out of fear or just out of just risk management. You might be trading small. You don't need to trade every position a little bit larger, but maybe try one. Maybe you just do a paper trade if you don't do that. See what kind of performance you would get. Look at the sectors that are working. Retail is killing it today. And if you just sort, if you have Schwab, you can create a watch list of the sectors. And in the morning, all I do is sort them by percent change. And it tells me very quickly, XRT retail is in play. So I should be playing retail. Stocks like Macy's, stocks like Target on the dips. Target dipped this morning. All right, so this is good. I won't buy it on the first bearish candle at the 90 MA. I'll wait and see. Will it come back to the 21 day? Or will tomorrow be a bullish day? If tomorrow's a bullish day, that gives me the sense that maybe we'll follow through. On the second day, my true love gave to me. On the second day, I'm looking for another follow through day. That's a safer entry. That would tell me, especially if it's a breakout on day 2, bullish. Let's say today turns out to be a doji, tomorrow Thursday is a bullish day, and then Friday is a big bullish day that takes out 262. I could get long, start to scale in. Or if I don't want to wait, there goes VIX popping up. I could wait for tomorrow, look for a follow through, but the retail looks good. Most of these are going to continue. Costco was higher. It's moving higher. All right, 5 below looks good. TJ Maxx, 5 below is good. TJ Maxx looks good. Okay. And it's a pretty decent strategy. Watching Macy's here. Could pull back a little bit more. I'm okay with it pulling back a little bit. TJ Maxx, yeah, looking for that to follow through. Maybe consolidate a little bit here at the 50-day. It is FOMC rate decision day, so I'm not chasing a lot of things, but there's a lot of stocks that look good. Look at the volume. That's institutions. Going into the holidays, this is probably going to be up at 76 pretty soon. Don't buy at the high of the day. Wait for the dips, okay? Wait for the dips. All right, you just got a dip there. So if I had checked this 30 minutes ago, that would have been a good entry on TJ. The good thing is that we know that they continue to buy the dips. Look at the volume, okay? So it's probably going to break out. Its ATR is exceeded already. It's got an ATR of like $1.40. It's up $1.18, so it's pretty close to its ATR for the day. If you bought today right on that dip, you'd probably be doing pretty good. That was a better entry. I wish I had looked at this 30 minutes ago. Oh well. So we just keep looking at the retail stocks that are doing well. Let's go take a look at retail real quick. Retail, let's see who's looking good that hasn't taken off to the races yet, but has potential. Maybe has earnings behind it. Okay, CarMax, that's one I like to trade. That's at the highs. CVS Health. All right, that's at the highs. Costco already talked about. Deckers Outdoor. Deckers looks pretty good. Deckers is coiling up. What was their earnings like? DECK. DECK. I seem to remember they were good earnings, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be moving higher. Deckers, 2%. The previous quarter was 711%. The previous quarter report on July 29th, Deckers went from a 28 cent loss to a $1.71 gain. And we've doubled that into this quarter. All right, so Deckers looks pretty good. Deckers is probably going to keep going. DECK. Now, I don't need to buy right now. I can wait until after FOMC. Deckers is squeezing right now. Options have a pretty decent slippage, so I might just trade either a spread or trade shares on Deckers. What does DKS look like? DKS? Dick's gap up this morning. DKS. All right, earnings are due in 20 days. Dick's Sporting Goods. What was that? BCV. What was it? BCV something. BCV. What is that sporting goods company? Sporting. What was that sporting? There it is right there. Okay. It had earnings last night following through. So that's a pretty decent entry right at the 50-day. We already had the dip this morning. It's probably going to follow through. So you got a dip to buy. All right, watch this second dip on Big Five Sporting Goods. I was going to take it yesterday, then I realized it had earnings after the close. So this one's probably going to work. Probably see 35.50. All right, so you could see 10, 15% on this one on the dip. Look for a follow through back up to the highs, 10%. What's the ATR? ATR is $1.75. It's up 20 cents. So on the dip, this looks pretty good, actually. All right, let's see what this does. I'm going to watch this for a few minutes while the SPY pulls back a little bit. All right, so that's Big Five Sporting Goods, Big Five. You're trading the industrials down? I like the industrials. I was looking at them yesterday. What's Twilio doing? I haven't looked at that in a couple of days. Twilio. All right, so pretty much where it was yesterday. Twilio coming off the lows. A couple of days, but look at the wicks here. That big bullish candle, then these wicks right here. They keep buying the dip, so it looks like they want to push this up to new highs. Looks like institutions on day 5 are still picking up positions. We could pull back to 280 before moving higher, but it looks like they're chopping around. It takes some days and weeks to fill a position. I would think that institutions are buying Twilio on the dips at double bottom. Let's look at the weekly time frame. All right, so you got a double bottom here. If it starts to push higher, back to the top of the range, maybe 450 by the end of the year or the first quarter. So watch this one. This is probably going to work. Twilio. We traded that one last week. Big 5, watching that. Big 5. All right, BGFV. All of these retail stocks are probably going to do well. All right, we'll watch this for a few minutes. If it starts to push above VWAP and we see bullish candles on volume, watch the volume. We'll watch that. All right, so SPY and the Qs are probably just going to stay in a range for now. Okay, no breakout on Netflix. Looking for Netflix to break out at some point. Looked like it was going to go. And you got a flat VWAP. So that's telling you, let's look at Netflix. Netflix. All right, so what do you got? You got a flat VWAP. So it's telling you no momentum. Flat VWAP yesterday. High, low, back up to VWAP. VWAP is flat. Look for a range-bound action. Once it starts sloping one way or another, you got a better direction on Netflix. Nothing right now. Which is telling you, just take a break. Take a walk around the block. Take a walk on the wild side. There's no rush. FedEx still moving higher. FedEx, no rush. All right, look at the difference in FedEx. Look at FedEx. Look at Netflix. Look at VWAP. The dashed purple line is what I'm looking at. Flat VWAP tells you no momentum. Okay, so you want to be looking for stocks like FedEx that have sloping volume. Now this should work with retail, right? UPS, remember UPS we were going to look at. UPS, no follow through yet, but this looks good. Look at UPS on the daily. Has this nice little pullback. Remember Merck? Remember Merck on the pullback? We said don't buy when the pill came out right there at 84.56. Wait for it to pull back. And then once it gets back to one of the key moving averages, 9, 21, or 50 day, we don't know which one. Watch for the bullish day. We got the bullish day the week of the 18th. The follow through from 79 looking beautiful. Merck's looking beautiful. If you're still in it, I think Frano's in this one. So UPS, same thing. Do they stop here or do they stop at the 21 day? Watch for the bullish action. UPS looks good. I got to believe they're probably going to both move higher soon. FedEx is moving away from VWAP. Got a nice flag breakout. Okay, cool. FedEx, let's see, starting to see some profit taking. FedEx has an ATR of $4. It's currently up 2 and change, 266. So you can see another $1.40 if the markets break higher after FOMC. But I would suggest there's no rush right now with the markets. I would wait until after FOMC if you didn't trade the first 30, 45 minutes of the day. The best part of the move's probably done at this point. You're 1140. Probably going to slow down a little bit right now. Markets will probably slow down markedly at this point. Survey says take a break. UWM, all right, you got a B pivot now on UWM. This dip, if it starts to break higher, I'll probably add to my IWM, UWM position in my retirement account. All right, we got 15 minutes to go for the lunch hour. I'm still watching Netflix. What's BGFV? Big 5 Sports. All right, still watching this for a bounce. And we'll see volume pick up. Nothing right now, so you got a flat VWAP, probably not going to do anything. Okay, so you guys are on the same page. You guys, you ladies, By the way, whenever I say you guys, that's a New Jersey expression, New York expression. That means everybody. All right. Kind of like the Southerners like to say y'all, you guys. That's everybody. All right. Everybody's included. I'm not excluding the ladies. I always feel a need to say and ladies. Knox, NNOX, steady trend, NNOX, Anna posting in the room. NNOX taking off to the upside, looks good. NanoX following through. NanoX following through. NanoX going.
APTV active. The May 210 calls active now. Alpha Papa Tango Victor. APTV.
NanoX.
FRP Holdings reported 4 cents per share. That's Foxtrot Romeo Papa Hotel. FRPH.
NanoX. NanoX on the move here. NNOX. Thanks, Anna. NNOX. Big move on NanoX. All right, so did we get some news here? What I always find amusing, you know what's the news this morning on NanoX? Law firms, class action lawsuit against NanoX. I always find it interesting that, they're filing class action lawsuits over here. It usually happens when it's at the lows. You get the base, and then the markets run higher. By the time the class action hits the judge's desk, and a lot of times these stocks will be back up to the highs. So that's a pretty interesting move today. NanoX plus 14%. All right, what's that? 24. Let's see, 24, 24. 24 right there. 24. All right, 24. Let's see, 24.50. That's about right. 24.50. Nah. Damn it. Perfect. All right, so let me annotate this one. NanoX. Pretty obvious.
UBER and DI Uber and DD Global. Uber to take $3 billion.
The base is in.
DD stake after China crackdown. That being circulated now.
Phase 4, pretty obvious. The markdown.
Delta India, UBER.
Phase 4, the markdown. All right, there's phase 4, phase 1. All right, there's your base. NanoX looks good, Dana. I like it. All right, NanoX. All right, starting to go here.
WBX, Whiskey Bravo X-ray shares are getting a pop here. 2147 on some volume.
All right. NanoX continuation.
WBX warrants also popping $6 at the high on Whiskey Bravo X-ray, Whiskey Sandy.
NanoX, nice move there on NanoX. You got phase 4 of the markdown, characterized by the 9, 21, and 50-day dropping. The 9's below the 21, the 21's below the 50-day. And once the base starts, you start to see price action move sideways. You see the volume by price bands build. And then at some point, you break trend. The moving averages turn up and to the right. RSI rises back above 50. MACD crosses. Volume picks up. Stochastic rises. And you have the beginning of phase 2, the markup, where institutions are now in the position that they want, and they'll continue to mark up shares. So higher and higher, they'll lift their offers, and you'll just see prices continue to move higher. So that's what it looks like, a trend break and phase 2 starting on NanoX. Nice one there, Anna. Thank you for the share, NanoX. Nice little follow through. Watching the 5-minute now.
In BNTX, the European Medicines Agency publishes clinical data supporting indication for pulmonarity in children. That's the Pfizer BioNTech COVID vaccine. PFE and BNTX.
All right, NanoX, nice move today. Ford flagging at the moment. That's fine. All right, so we got the Fed rate decision today.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg says 30% fees that Apple takes on transactions make it harder for creators to make money from their work. That's FB and AAPL.
Wah. You hear that? Zuckerberg's bitching about Apple's all right. So watch your Microsoft finally get a lift. It's basing down here, looking for a pop higher. All right, NanoX pulling back in a little bit. VIX dropping off. VIX dropping off. All right, should see SPY. You should see SPY push higher now. Watch the spiders. Oh, we got a couple of blocks today, but not much. Got 6 blocks total. Qs look good. Qs are good to go. Qs look good to go here. Maybe I'll take some calls on the Qs. Let me see what they're going for right now. Qs for Friday. You could do them for today too, I guess. Qs look like they're ready to rock. Qs are ready to rock.
Meta CEO says launching bonus program that says pays creators for each.
All right, the Qs look like a good buy,
As part of
as
$1
in
billion
goodbye.
investment announced this summer. That's FB and AAPL. Foxtrot Bravo Alpha Papa Lima.
NanoX looking for another pop higher. It looks like somebody took profits right there, but this move has got a lot going for it. Big trend break, pretty obvious trend break.
DKNG, DraftKings, more call activity. The November $53 calls on DKNG, Delta Kilo November Golf.
All right.
ON, a new leaderboard pick from Investors Business Daily. ON. Shares spiking to the highs, 37.60.
All right, so Qs are still going. Qs are still going, looking for the follow through. Looking for NanoX to get bought here on the dip. Looks like somebody took profits. Macy's looks like it's going to keep running. Macy's, there goes FedEx. FedEx breaking out. FedEx breaking out. There goes FedEx. All right, we're almost, FedEx is almost at the 50-day. All right, FedEx having a nice move here today. Okay, so we went to sleep for a week. Now we're breaking higher. There go the Qs. Qs are on the move. All right, so almost 12 o'clock. Almost 12 o'clock. Just before the FOMC meeting, I might take a couple of puts just for shits and giggles. The markets feel very strong though. So just looking for like a whippy action after the Fed. All right, so 240 seems to be the big level now. The 50-day is 240.77. I still have some leftover FedEx calls. I'd like to sell into strength. More follow through. Netflix trying to go right here. Netflix is trying to blow right now. Right now. It was trying to a couple of minutes ago. Squeeze on Netflix. Netflix. Yeah, Netflix. Sorry, I keep flipping back and forth. My brain doesn't connect to my lips sometimes. Netflix. All right, FedEx. FedEx looking for the follow through. We know it's right close. 40.77. 240.77 is the 50-day FedEx. All right, Netflix looking good right here. Watch Netflix. Netflix. Netflix looks like it wants to go. Oh, man. Netflix looking for the follow through. There goes Netflix looking for the follow through on this candle.
It's 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock. Here we go. Here we go. Looks like Netflix wants to go now. Finally. Maybe it gets going. All right. Netflix looking for the follow through. All right, Netflix is breaking out. Netflix, here we go. Netflix, here we go. Netflix squeeze, about to breaking out. There goes Netflix. Come on, you baby. Come on, baby. You can do it. You can do it. What's his name? Rob on Waterboy. Rob Schneider, I guess it was. NanoX looking for the flag breakout. There's a little profit taking there, looking for a flag breakout and a continuation on NanoX. All right. Macy's at VWAP, nice dip and bought up. FedEx is going some more. All right, FedEx, yeah, baby. All right, so that looks good. FedEx. Microsoft trying to turn as well. NVIDIA. All right, UWM looks good. All right. Qs at the high, morning highs, getting rejected right there. Look for the NASDAQ futures to break out. All right, it's 12 o'clock. Let me tune in. Let me tune in to these guys. All right, VIX, need you to drop some more.
Chairman Jay Powell, if he dismisses inflation fears and inflation that is clearly out there, everything from gasoline to baguettes in France, which he doesn't have anything to do with, but I was just reading an article on that, Scott, how the prices of these things, because wheat has gone up so dramatically,
Wheat.
that this is filtering its
Wheat.
way into all kinds of things Americans eat, and to that extent drink, because of some of the rye products and so forth.
Netflix looking for the breakout, looking for Microsoft to break out, as well as the other FANG stocks looking very strong. Facebook's going. Facebook going.
All jazzed up. And on the other hand, if he basically does address that rather, then I think he risks being reappointed, because obviously seeing the debt that we've piled on through prior administration, not just this administration, but that debt being piled on, that is going to be something that could perhaps cause the president to not.
Facebook looks like it wants to go.
Let's get to my specific question, though, Doc.
Okay.
We think the taper's happening.
Facebook, it gets above 320, 330. This one could rip higher. Watch the cues too.
Okay, so if rate expectations, also rate hike expectations, move forward.
UWM still forming B pivots. Watching the cues for a follow through. That's telling you that the FANG stocks will probably keep going.
Names that I just mentioned on my list.
So Eric Adams is now the New York City mayor. Get rid of DeCamio.
Spectrum of the Z-scalers, the Cloudflare.
Good for him. Good for Eric Adams. He seems like a bright guy.
So, and your question directly, Scott, is if
Maybe they can mend the police
rates rise more
relationship.
dramatically, I don't think that's what we're going to see. I think we'll see a very gradual rise in interest rates.
All right, these FANG stocks look like they want to run.
Has been basically shown to
All right, Facebook. Don't forget, Facebook has a pretty decent ATR.
be surprised.
So if it does get moving,
A rapid jump
you see the buyers there down to the 200-day. If Facebook gets going, it's got a $9.50 ATR.
trades, and I've got a lot of them.
So if it does get running, this one could really
Amazon to
scare the children. Facebook.
Microsoft, they will all get hurt if we see that rapid
You want to get one more dip in the squeeze here?
that. I think it'll be a very slow rise in rates. And if that's the case, I think we're in a sweet spot right now. But again, that remains to be seen.
All right, Brenda, I think you're unfrozen, I hope. And I hope you can at least hear my question. So you've got ownership in this area. Are you concerned?
We do. And it's an interesting conundrum, because I think if we did get rates that were raised much faster than anticipated, and I agree with John, the Fed has been incredibly transparent. I think it's a highly unlikely scenario, but if it were to happen, there could be a potential growth scare that it's too much too soon. So in that case, I actually think you could see a rotation back to some of the growth names. But I will say, for names that we own in this high growth category, names like Salesforce, which we still continue to really like, you have to look at these companies. One, it's huge barriers to entry, high switching costs, a lot of pricing power, and tons of recurring revenue. I think there's a reason why they're going to trade at a high multiple, and I think they're going to maintain a premium, even in this scenario where we do see interest rates rising. Although I agree with John that it's likely to be a slower rate rise, and the Fed's likely to wait and see what happens with inflation in the late spring, early summer of next year before really starting to raise rates. But again, if we did get a surprise, I do think overall it could be a growth scare that actually comes out of it.
All right, so Weiss, John just said that all of tech is going to go down if rates start to go up. I mean, he lumped Apple and Facebook in with some of the high flyers that we mentioned. But there's a difference between growth at any price and growth at a reasonable price. And that's how people break out the difference, as Joe said, between, say, the mega caps, some of the FANG names, and then some of the in the cloud ARC type names that might be more at risk, right?
Right. And look, all you have to do is go back to February and March of this year and see when the 10-year yield was traded at a 1.7 handle and what happened to all of tech. So everything went down, even the cheapest stocks, Cuervo, which is going to report it today, and Skyworks, they were down as much as the others on a percentage basis, and frankly, haven't recovered since then. So I do think it'll be an issue for all of growth stocks, but that will be the opportunity in the reasonably priced ones, I don't think it will be an opportunity in the CrowdStrikes, et cetera, because of their highly inflated valuation. But I don't expect, I'm with John, I'm with the others, I don't expect Powell to say, look, if anything, the Fed's been very transparent, as Brent just said. You'd have to be living in the metaverse for the entire year not to know that they're going to announce a tapering today.
Right, but
However,
the taper, because the issue is not so much the taper, right?
Right.
I mean, I think
I
you know,
agree.
the
I agree
issue
totally.
is rate hike expectations being
Right.
pulled forward by a year. People are already making those forecasts,
So-
whether it's Leisman's poll or Goldman Sachs.
Right.
You know, we're talking June or July of 2022. That's a whole different ballgame to where we were 6 months ago.
Right. Exactly, and that's where I've been. So I've been looking for it to be pulled forward. What I do think Powell will do today is that he will give that additional nod that inflation is more persistent. And so I do think they have to go forward, and I do think they have to go earlier. They just won't do it today. The reason being, he's not going to compound the go slow approach by going, make it worse by doing both today. However, a quarter point increase is not going to do anything in terms of tamping down inflation because money will still be essentially free. You need to see the supply chain loosen before that happens. That's not in the Fed's bailiwick, of course. We're seeing some progress there. But once you do start, and once you start messaging, if it happens in June, as I think it will happen, you're going to start seeing it after the beginning of the year, after the seasonal move, where the market, that segment's being under pressure.
My point is that the Fed wants to be able to dictate to the market what the schedule, quote unquote, is going to be. The Fed cannot afford to have the market dictate to it what it's going to have to do. And if you get into that environment, you're obviously going to have a more dramatic impact on some of the same types of technology stocks that we're talking about now if rates start to get away from the Fed. In the most perfect world, the Fed says, okay, we're tapering. Here's our expectation for rate hikes. Inflation, we still think it's for the most part transitory. And then the market behaves, if you want to use that word. The alternate scenario, of course, is that the Fed's hand is forced by a more dramatic rise in rates and an even more dramatic and longer lasting rise in inflation. And then you have a more dramatic impact on the market. Joe, my question to you. You own Fortinet, you own DocuSign. Okay? Fortinet,
I do.
106 times trailing, 75 times forward. DocuSign, 130 times forward. You feel comfortable owning these stocks today?
More comfortable owning Fortinet. It's in the quality momentum index, and the free cash flow generation is the reason why. They're able to see free cash flow generation above 20%, not only in 2020, 2021, and the expectation is in 22 and 23, they'll be able to do the same. I need cybersecurity exposure. I previously had CrowdStrike. I also had Fortinet. I stayed with Fortinet specifically for the free cash flow generation. DocuSign, more concerned. This is a more recent trade. I was into that trade on October 18th at 263. I will not allow that to become a losing trade. They clearly will be vulnerable if Chairman Powell does not make the distinction. Two separate events, tapering, tightening, market expectation for when the first rate hike will occur is now pulled forward. The hyper-growth names will be challenged in that environment. And I'll tell you this, last Friday we rebalanced the quality momentum index very happily. I'm out of Peloton, I'm out of Zillow, and I'm out of Zoom Communications because those type of equity names are squarely in the bullseye of an environment where rates get pulled forward.
Zillow has its own issues, obviously, and it's down by another large amount today. I go back to what Brad Gerstner told us during our 10th anniversary week, where we heard from some of the world's biggest and best investors about the NASDAQ needing to correct further, in part because as rates go up, you have multiples going in the opposite direction. Let's listen.
All I would say is that the probabilities are, as the world normalizes, as rates normalize, multiples will likely revert closer to the mean. I don't know when that is. We don't call tops or bottoms. But when that occurs, we probably pulled forward 6, 12, 18 months worth of returns. It could simply mean that the NASDAQ goes sideways for a period of time, or it could mean that we have some air pockets along the way.
Dr. J, those air pockets is the Fed the thing that initiates the air pocket?
No, and ultimately, ultimately, yes, Scott. The reason I said no at first is that I don't think they will be, but they could because of their messaging. And again, that messaging, he has to do a real tightrope today between those bond vigilantes and getting reappointed. If he goes too hard on either side of those, Scott, we could see that air pocket that Brad was talking about. I'm thinking that Jay Powell is a smart enough politician and has been in this seat for long enough that he will not make that mistake. But, you know, when you've got a live meeting like this where he's talking about what he's going to be doing, and he has told us for months that basically November is live, we are going to see taper begin, and he's going to make it, you know, pretty clear today is my belief, 99.9% chance. December we start, it's going to be somewhere between 15 billion and perhaps as high as 20 billion on the taper, Scott. Again, if it's a lot more or a lot less than that, those kinds of messages to the market could cause those air pockets.
I go back to, you know, again, the most important thing perhaps is whether the market lets Jay Powell have his way and his word, or if his hand is forced in some other way. I asked you guys to come up with some so-called taper picks. Nobody picks technology, by the way, as I look at this list that you all put together for me. Brenda, CME Group, JP Morgan, Coinbase. You want to tell me why you think those three are the place to be in a new tapering world?
Yeah, CME Group is one that people don't talk about very much, but this company is highly levered to interest rates rising because there's a lot of activity and volume that they will see as a result. Not only of that, but also of commodity futures as well as cryptocurrency trends. So that one we like. JP Morgan, it's had a really nice move here, but I think we're on the cusp of seeing more growth in loan growth. The company really talked about that on their conference call just recently, seeing early signs that credit card usage and balances may start to rise and savings come down. So that would certainly be a positive, and that whole group would be a beneficiary of rates rising a little bit so they can collect higher spreads and net income margins would rise. Coinbase, we think, is just for those looking for an alternative to stocks and bonds, depending on the type of volatility we see as a result of interest rates rising. We think this is an interesting play, not only for that reason, but also just as the crypto ecosystem is more widely adopted. And I think our traditional finance is going to eventually catch up and recognize that if they want to be relevant to the next generation, they're going to have to adopt some view of cryptocurrency and facilitate holding that and trading it in some way.
Joe, why Edward Life Sciences and S&P Global?
Well, I went back and I studied the prior taper experience, and we don't have much evidence other than what we had from December of 2013 through October of 2014. The statistics are rather compelling. I think people forget about the performance of healthcare. The S&P during that 10-month period returned 9%. Healthcare actually gave you 21% during that period. Edwards Life Sciences was up a staggering 88%. So it's a very qualitative company that has experienced a little bit of disappointment in its recent earnings related to its cardiovascular business. I'm kind of buying into that opportunity where you've had disappointment in earnings and going along with the statistics that point towards healthcare outperforming in this environment. Financials returned you about 9%. S&P Global really speaks towards the value of what market intelligence is going to be looking forward in a tapering environment, whether it's understanding debt issuance, whether it's understanding bank loans, or even the Platts franchise surrounding the commodity worlds that S&P Global has. So you have to study that body of experience. And one last point on that, Scott, not getting out of my Microsoft or my Apple technology, XLK returned you 13% during that time. And guess what? You got over 25% from Microsoft, Apple, and Facebook during the last taper experience in 2014.
Well, that's why I do that separation thing that we talked about before.
Yes.
Growth at a reasonable price versus growth at any price. And that's, maybe the line in the sand of what we need to watch. Hey, Weiss, did you understand the question? Volkswagen, Porsche, and Moderna.
I understand the question.
That's the best you could come up with for a taper picks?
Actually, Scott, the best I could come up with was what preceded that, which is I don't see the taper doing anything to my portfolio. It's been advertised, well advertised. So what your assumption in asking the question is that it's going to impact the market.
Well,
and
I'm
I'm
just trying to
telling you
prepare
it's
for
not.
something. I'm
So
just trying
yes,
to prepare
I
in
answered
case
the
something
question.
happens.
Okay, well, and I'm telling you, the stocks that I have in my core portfolio are the stocks I have. They're long term, and yes, I think they'll do extraordinarily well through tapering. So you question my response, I question your question.
That's fair. I was just playing with you. Dr. J, financials, Morgan Stanley, Cap One, and Square.
Yeah, and Square, of course, you've heard me speak about it, how much I love that company, Scott. It gives you what Brenda's talking about with exposure to Bitcoin, because with their cash apps and so forth, they do that. They also give loans out, Scott, up to $250,000. And those loans, I believe, will be paying higher interest rates in that taper, and that's more money to them versus, basically the drag, the credit card through their little Square app. Morgan Stanley, well, $1 trillion in assets. I like that they've got exposure to rising interest rates in terms of margin interest, which, again, once you've got an account with margin available to you, there's no additional paperwork. It's not like filing for a loan. But if I could just jump to that one real quick, Scott, I've been seeing some unusual activity in Rocket today, RKT, and I suspect that's because in a rising rate environment, in other words, taper and rising rates, I think people might be pushed to do a little more in terms of refinancing in that environment. They've been lucky so far, and the rates have been low to virtually nil. And now if we start seeing that appreciation in rates, I think that drives more people to the loan officers at places like Rocket RKT.
Yeah, Powell's really gone out of his way, too, to make this the most telegraphed taper of all time, which is perhaps why Tom Lee is out today underscoring his year-end everything rally view, saying that tapering's not going to be a killer. It's certainly not a surprise. And we know from the markets hitting new highs every day that risk is definitely back on. And you see it in some of the riskier names. The same names that I mentioned at the very top of the program with the very high multiple or high price to sales are the ones that have done quite well lately. Josh highlighted some of these yesterday in the nice comeback that they've had. The question is, what now? When Mike Santoli, our senior markets commentator, is taking a look at that broader question of how investor sentiment has gravitated back towards these more risky names. Mike?
Yeah, Scott, sentiment, positioning, it's been a pretty aggressive move in a relatively short period of time. Over the last 30 days, S&P up more than 8%, NASDAQ 100 up something like 11%, and small caps breaking out. The solar stocks up 20%. Tesla added $250 billion in market cap in the last week and a half. So yes, there has been a lot of kind of aggressive, risk-seeking moves, I would call it, out there. Now, on the one hand, this is very much par for the course. When you have a lot of house money built up in this market, it's been a great year, up 22, 23% in the S&P, and in some of the more aggressive names like Tesla. Keep in mind, this thing trades $40-50 billion a day. That means there's that much in the way of sellers on the way up, so therefore it gets redeployed. Is it too much for a short period of time? Maybe, but I think it's more of a reheating action than an overheating action at this point. Late in the year, beta outperforms, so the more volatile stocks tend to outperform. Small caps tend to outperform, and also NASDAQ 100. So it seems as if it's going according to the script of what you might expect. Also, it's not necessarily clear that all of those frothy areas are going to their prior heights like we saw in January, February, whether it be SPACs, whether it even be individual names like GameStop and AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond. You see that they have these little spurts and they can't necessarily build on them. So we've been able to drain some of the froth without the overall market really getting hurt. To me, the bottom line is seasonality is tough to fight. The seasonal bullish pattern is hard to fight late in the year unless you have tightening financial conditions, unless you have some kind of an adverse reaction to what the Fed is doing or the credit markets come under some stress. We're not seeing that right now. As you've been saying, Powell's going to do everything he can to separate the tapering process from an eventual rate hike, and that's probably job one of his press conference today.
Do you feel like the whole thing is baked in as much as people say that it's just a yawn and that the markets are cool with whatever happens today? I mean, the obvious activity in stocks and equities over the last few weeks would suggest the answer is yes, unless everybody is simply too complacent about what a new environment is going to look like?
In terms of the real world effect of what tapering means, yes, it is a non-event. In my view, it probably has gone on longer than most people thought it was needed or appropriate or is doing any good. But are we just going into the meeting in an overbought condition with just being due for one of these little shakeouts anyway, and therefore that's going to be the excuse? That might be the tactical question. Longer term, the first rate hike is not the thing that kills a bull market ever. I mean, that's historically what it says. You get scares along the way, but even if we're due for a rate hike in second half of next year, around mid-year, whatever it might be, it's probably going to seem incredibly appropriate and maybe even overdue based on what the economy is doing at that point.
Yeah, appreciate it as always. Mike Santoli, our senior markets commentator. Let's hit a few moves before we take our first break. Weiss, XPO is getting hammered today. And you've talked about this position. I'm looking at it in real time. You've talked about this position like 650 times on this show. It's down more than 9% now. That looks like the lows of the day to me. What are you doing?
601 times, Scott, to be precise. Look, I added to it. The management, it was not a good quarter. It was a good overall quarter. But in the LTL space, they were unique in the industry in missing it. Their costs went up. They didn't get what was going on. They've got a plan to fix it. I don't think it's done. I do think they'll recover. But I think it's going to take a little bit of time. So good thing they split off GXO because they had a phenomenal quarter. But I did buy a little more down here to top up what is a core position. We'll see how long I stay with that trading position, but I'm not going to be very patient. I will be patient with the core position.
You also sold your Tesla calls, which you've been, I guess, in and out of over the last couple of weeks as we've watched that stock just go parabolic over, the last month, if not more.
Yeah, so if you recall why I bought that one, because the momentum in the fundamentals was being matched with momentum in the stock price. And it was just a trade. I'd sold 3/4 of them, much lower, but I sold the rest yesterday when the momentum started to really break. So I'm out. It was momentum trade. You got to go when the momentum stops.
I got you. Okay. Speaking of momentum and quality, Joe, your ETF, you sold Generac and the Russian ETF, the RSX. Can you tell me quickly about both?
Yeah, the RSX was a way to get exposure to the European gas crisis. I really said to myself the last couple of days, why am I wasting my time here? Again, studying the taper experience, energy during that period was down 1%. And remember, the price of oil went from 107 in July of 2014 down to 52 by the end of tapering. So I'm out of that one. Generac's been a great trade for me. Generac I bought back in June below $400. But unfortunately, you've got EBITDA margins, which are contracting here. Revenue missed, so it was time to ring the register on what is a very quality company. I would reload if we see further price deterioration.
All right, thanks for that. We'll take a quick break. Come back. Chinese tech stocks, they've been battered in the past 6 months, but now a new call says the stocks are too important to be ignored. We'll debate that in our call of the day. And before we do go to break, check out shares of Allbirds soaring on the public debut today. There's the stock up near 70%. We're back on the half in 2 minutes.
All right. I'm just sitting here watching, listening to these guys yap. All right. Let's see what's going on here.
Alibaba shares getting a little pop here. Scott Wapner on CNBC says Chinese tech stocks have been battered this year, but mentions a contrarian call coming up after commercial break. That's BABA from CNBC.
All right, watching going into FOMC, looking for, it's just choppy price action. Facebook looked like it was going to break higher, didn't do anything. Qs looked like they want to move higher, but that's been choppy as well. Watching the Qs. We got the Fed rate decision today.
Shares of Bath and Body Works getting a pop here. 73.27 again. The November 75 calls very active now on DBWI.
All right, looking for cues to continue higher. All right, folks. John Deere. Dow was talking about that earlier. John Deere. I like John Deere. I was looking at it the other day. It has this choppy action though that really makes me look at Caterpillar instead. Caterpillar a little bit tighter, still same kind of look. 3M, trying to follow through. DuPont looking for a follow through. That got a follow through. I think Frank, you're in this one, right? DuPont. Looking for the breakout. Chemicals. All right, so today, earlier, we were looking at. All right, so value was leading. Now it's in a doji. Pretty much what we expect right now. Expecting a doji for now, or price action to just tighten up around VWAP going into the Fed. Flat VWAP. Nano. Knox trying to push higher now. All right, Q's looking for the breakout. Q's looking for the breakout here. All right, come on. Facebook, Microsoft, get your buttocks in gear here. Netflix, Apple going. Apple going a bit there. Netflix looking for the bounce, looking for Facebook to bounce. Looking for the Q's to take off here. All right, so basically the doji and the spinning top telling me that semis, tech, value, everything's taking a break right now while we wait for the Fed rate decision. Not a lot of blocks. We got total 6 blocks today. That's nothing. That's at this time of day we should see about 5 times as much. Blocks.
BEKE getting mentioned from Nigerian for call, says he has calls in the stock. Bravo Hilo, Bravo Echo Kilo Echo, BEKE getting a pop here.
Billy to PDD to Alibaba and Tencent. I've only got one of them in there, Scott, and that's just because China has just gone after these companies. Education, they started there, and then they just kept hitting them. So I think it is the best way because you can define your risk on entry with an option spread, and that's the only way I play it. I would not own these stocks here.
All right. Coming up, a fast-growing coffee company that focuses on military veterans is going public via a SPAC deal. We've got an exclusive now with the man leading that effort. We're going to ask him whether past political headlines will help or hurt that business. We'll do it next.
AFRM looking for the follow-through. Microsoft, no follow-through. Apple pushing a bit higher. Okay, Facebook pulling back again. No follow-through, Facebook. It looks like, you know what it looks like on Facebook to me? It looks like they're building a position. They're building a position down here. All right, so this is the base. See how the volume by prices has highlighted this area? The wicks right here are showing me that they're buying down here, and momentum traders are taking profits at the highs. But we're starting to bounce around in here. The moving averages are flattening out. Okay, so there's still something of a little bit of a downward bias with the MACD turning over. So, or excuse me, 50-day. So we need to get above 335. And maybe we do that after Fed decision. Watching it, but I like the fact that there's wicks down here below 325. And that the FANG stocks, for the most part, are building higher lows on the 5-minute charts. And the Qs look like it wants to break out here. Qs look like it wants to break out. Notice the wick underneath. Long-legged doji looking for a follow-through now. See if we can't get a follow-through. The Qs are trying to do something during lunch. I saw Matt just mention AFRM. We like AFRM. All right, pulling away from a upward sloping VWAP. That's what you want to see. RSI is above 50. Want to see more relative volume on any break higher. Want to see a spike in volume. What's NanoX doing? NanoX. Still flagging at the highs after a big bull run today. NanoX. Very obvious descending pattern. Price below the 921 and 50-day. So-called markdown, leading to a base where price action moves sideways, eventually spends more time above the 921 day. They cross up and start to point up and to the right. Beginning of phase 2, the markup out of the base over here. The volume picks up. They start marking up shares, and we start to see a trend back to 34. Looking for a follow-through tomorrow and Friday. After Fed makes their decision known.
All right, welcome back. Black Rifle Coffee Company, which focuses on military vets going public in a $1.7 billion SPAC deal. Leslie Picker has an exclusive interview for us today and joins us right now. Hey, Leslie.
Hey, Scott, thank you so much. Yes, I'm joined by Joe Reese. He is the co-founder, the SPAC sponsor, Silverbox Capital. Joe, thank you very much for being here. So, interesting acquisition with Black Rifle. This is a company, as a recent New York Times Magazine article.
Macy's squeezing.
Black Rifle became the unofficial coffee of the MAGA universe. It's recently drawn a lot of controversy from publishing a blog post that supported then-President Trump's Muslim immigration ban. It has had a lot of reputational scrutiny and headlines related to its merchandise, which was captured in photos at the Capitol on January 6th, as well as on...
Oh, God. Come on, CNBC. You're really getting on my nerves. Everything with CNBC's got to be political, whether you're one side or the other. Man. I'd hate to be a reporter. All right, looking for cues to push higher. Looking for the cues to push higher. Let's see what he has to say, Joe.
Black Rifle Coffee Company at its core is a extremely high growth, mission driven coffee company serving premium coffee and merchandise to a very loyal set of customers. What it is not is a company that has any political affiliation. It's not a company that sells or promotes firearms. It's literally a high growth, high quality coffee
WLT
company.
outlet share spiking
Then
now.
when we think about why we invested in it, Leslie, the question you asked, there's three things I think that often get lost in this era we live in. There's this urge to label. First, this is a rapidly growing, financially sound organization that we found quite compelling from a shareholder return perspective. Second, it's a digitally native, omni-channel business with expansive white space and great growth opportunities. And then finally, the mission to improve and support the lives of veterans, first responders, and the military. We just found that pretty compelling, which is why my partners and I at Silver Box Engaged are going to donate over $4 million to their foundation.
I understand, when you look at the financials and the prospects for growth here. However, I wonder when you say that they're not a promotional vehicle for firearms.
You just got to make it political. This lady has to make it political. Oh, man. I have to turn them off before I say something I regret. All right, the cues look like they want to break out here. Cues look like they want to break out. All right, Q's trying to break out here. Q's, we get above 390. There's going to be stops up there. We're at the top of the range, so wouldn't be surprised. Don't be surprised if this drifts right back down towards VWAP into FOMC. Don't be surprised. All right, starting to fade a little bit now.
Or a trader. I'm an investor, as you know, Leslie. So we started diligencing this company in June. We spent over 4 months exhaustively looking at the financial statements, the business practices, the quality of management, the operations, the growth potential. The timing of that SPAC and our announcement was purely serendipitous. It had nothing to do with it. And as it relates to, a company that might take advantage of the right, I think that's wrong in that I think about our customer base. 2 of our 3 largest SMSAs for our direct-to-consumer business, the first is New York City, and the third is Los Angeles, 2 cities that I live in. I wouldn't call those right-leaning. I'd call those center-left. So this is America's coffee company. I saw an article yesterday that made me laugh that said, Black Rifle wants to be the right-wing coffee company. Actually, we don't. What Evan and the team want, they want to serve great coffee to every American. It really doesn't matter what side of the aisle they're on, because the better that they can do for their shareholders in creating a sustainable, well-run brand, the better it can ultimately serve the mission of supporting veterans and first responders.
I'm curious how you arrived at the $1.7 billion valuation for the SPAC. Starbucks is currently trading at 4.6 times its 2021 estimated price to sales. The presentation estimates Black Rifle will bring in about $230 million in sales this year, a multiple of 7.4 times. So a very significant premium to Starbucks. How did you get to that number?
Good question. We priced it off of 22 and 23 revenues, and we looked at comparables like Dutch Brothers, Peloton, Oatly, other high-growth consumer subscription-type businesses. And when we looked at those businesses, we're pricing it at 5.5 times 2022 revenue and 7 times 2023 revenue. Excuse me, 4 times, apologies, 5.5 times 22 and 4 times 2023. Markedly below all of the comps that we looked at. And when we thought about the growth opportunity and the white space that Black Rifle has versus any other competitor, we felt that it was a pretty compelling valuation. And look, valuation's a moment in time. We were pleased yesterday with how the stock performed. But if you ask Evan and Tom and the rest of the management team, they're more focused on building a company that's sustainable and will create longer-term value for shareholders. But we think as a moment in time, which valuation is today, we think it was valued appropriately to enter the public markets. And I think the stock market performance would indicate that.
All right, Joe Reese, Silverbox Capital co-founder, thank you very much for being here, discussing your recent deal to acquire Black Rifle. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Leslie.
Scott, back over to you.
All right, Les, appreciate it. Joe, appreciate you being on the program as well. Coming up, don't miss John Najarian's latest trades in unusual activity. That's coming up next. And today at 3:30 Eastern, do not miss the new CNBC program.
All right.
The Satori Funds, Dan Niles, and CNBC's Deirdre Bosa. For details, go to cnbc.com/protalks. Halftime is back right after this.
All right, futures, the NASDAQ futures are pushing up to the highs quicker than the S&P futures. NASDAQ futures are closer to the highs now, building higher lows on that profile. I'm looking at the hourly chart, and tick cumulative is green. Tick cumulative is green. All right, probably won't see any measurable movement higher, if there's any movement higher, going into the Fed rate decision. I felt like this area up here is probably the highs. When you got a flat VWAP, you probably won't see much more upside. If you do, that would be an indication of front runners. Most likely, we're going to stay in this range between 388, 388.50, 389.95. So about $1.50, about $1.50 range. 75 cents either way. Pretty much split right down the middle. So if we do start to see moving averages, if we start to see the prices moving higher, ticking above 389.70, then this VWAP is going to continue to tilt upward a little bit more. Right now, it's pretty much flat. You can see what it did yesterday. Same kind of idea, cues. That said, the NASDAQ futures look a little better, and we got tick cumulative green on the day. All right, so we're going to be range bound most likely. So if you're thinking about lunch, I would do lunch, come back in about an hour. Probably going to be right where we are right now, just chopping around. Mama said chop around.
All right, Doc, unusual activity. What do you see today?
All right, Scott, in addition to that rocket, we also see IAA. This is an auto auction company, and it's trading at about $55.50 a share. We see big buying in the April 60 calls of 2020.
There's been relative volume on IAA too. IAA.
Buying the 55s and selling an upside call against them. I'll probably be in that trade for several months. Second trade, Denimer Scientific. This one's shorter term trade, much shorter. In fact, these options expire next Friday. They're buying the November 20 calls. That's with the stock at about 1890, Scott. Like the upside here, it's an alternative to.
If you like these plays, wait until, give it about 30 minutes. You usually get a better entry. I don't chase.
Doc, we appreciate that. Coming up,
All right, yeah, as usual, getting a little pop there. Wait for a little dip. Give it about 30 minutes. Probably dips back to VWAP. You get a better entry.
some of the desk owns it as well. We'll talk about it.
All right, so they're going to be talking about retail when they come back. So watch Macy's. They're talking retail when they come back from the break. A lot of these retail stocks moving higher. You know that Doc likes Target. They're from, they like the Target based out of Minneapolis. All right, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go check my lunches in the oven. I'll be right back.
HOOD, Robinhood. Robinhood, November 35 calls active. Hotel Oscar, Oscar Delta. VINO, Gaucho Group Holdings, getting a pop here. Hit a high of 325, now at $3.11. That's Victor, India, November, Oscar.
Had monster pops just in the last 24 hours, and those I think you take some back. You basically take some off the table, maybe 50% or more, but the rest of those, Target in particular, Walmart, you hold them into the holiday on Black Friday at least.
Yeah, that Dillard's move. A new record high today for that one. New 52-week for Signet. New 52-week for Macy's. It's been quite a run. in retail. We're back after this with final trades.
Okay, so the markets are pretty much flat VWAP, not going anywhere. Probably won't do anything until after the Fed. So if you're going to take lunch, do it now.
DNMR, Denmark Scientific, getting a pop to the highs now, getting mentioned on CNBC, and spiking now $19.83. BB, BlackBerry, more call activity, November 12th call sweep in BB.
AMD looks like it wants to break out. AMD. Watch Tesla here. Nice little flag. Looking for a follow through in Tesla.
KZIA, Kazia Therapeutics, moving to the highs, seeing some unusual call activity in KZIA, the June 2.5 calls in Kilo Duo India out in KZIA.
Watch Tesla here. Nice little flag. Looking for a follow through in Tesla.
KZIA, Kazia Therapeutics, moving to the highs, seeing some unusual call activity in KZIA, the June 2.5 calls in Kilo Duo India out in KZIA.
trades in 2 seconds. First, though, there's Corvo. I show it because it reports earnings after the bell. Steve Weiss, you own it. What's your outlook here? Has not done well over the past few months. It's up 2% obviously today, and over the last 12 months, excuse me, about a 36.5% winner. So what's your outlook here?
I'm going to include Skyworks. I won't be in the show tomorrow. They report tomorrow night. Same thing. Look, I'm a little skittish, and I cut back my position months ago, actually. But I'm skittish because of the Apple quarter. So if one component misses out of many that go into the phone, it backs up the whole chain, and that includes Corvo and Skyworks. If they get hit this quarter, I am in going back into a full position because seasonally you want to own these from January on, particularly as the supply chain eases up. So look, don't know this quarter. Think it could be squishy, but the future looks extremely bright.
Okay, give me a quick final trade name, please. Just a name.
NVIDIA, I bought the calls on Monday.
Okay, Doc?
Dollar Tree, DLTR.
All right, Brenda?
Merck.
Well, you could give me more than a name because you didn't take up all the time previously, but that's all right.
Self-tax earnings, lots of reasons to be excited about.
All right, Joe, what do you got?
CGen breaking out post-earnings.
All right. Big afternoon coming up. About an hour away from that. In the meantime, the exchange starts right now.
Thank you very much, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans. Ahead on the exchange, an hour until the Fed's latest decision on policy. And this should be a historic one. They are widely expected to announce tapering as the pandemic winds down. But the real question is whether they have to move up their timeline for hiking interest rates.
Yeah. Ford on the move here. AMD looks good too. ASML. Look at that trend in ASML and AMD. Nice. I like ASML a little better only because it's right near the 50, consolidated for a week. Now it looks like it's going to take off.
Jack Dorsey, Twitter CEO, says Cash App is now available for everyone 13 and older.
Nice Lamborghini there, Rob. I like it. All right, it's probably going to be pretty slow, as I've already mentioned. Probably going to be kind of slow for the next hour or so. So if you want to come back, actually about the next 40 minutes, come back at about 1:45. I'm going to eat some lunch. I'll be right back.
Alpha Tango Yankee. Acuity Ads Holdings. Shares of Acuity Ads Holdings at $4.96 off the lows, down 24%.
All right, we got about a little bit less than 45 minutes to go until the Fed. We got the Q's pulling back now. Q's pulling back a bit. Watch the FANG stocks. Netflix at the high. Expecting more choppy action. Qualcomm with earnings tonight. Qualcomm with earnings. Oh, brother. All right, so the next 40 minutes or so are going to be pretty slow, most likely. All right, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take a little walk outside. I usually stay here and talk all day without much of a break. But I'm going to take a little bit of a luxurious walk outside. It's beautiful. It's about 68 degrees, super cold. Sarcasm aside. All right, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to go outside and get a breath of fresh air. It's nice out. Be right back.
FATBB, Fat Brands, hitting new highs now, $19.88. Foxtrot Alpha Tango, Bravo, Bravo. $20.45 now, the highs. CNBC reporting vaccine mandates are surging in job listings. FATBB was halted on a circuit breaker at the highs 2076. Foxtrot Alpha Tango, Bravo, Bravo. PRCH, Porch Group, November 20 call sweep above the ask 1,200 contracts. That's Papa Romeo Charlie Hotel, PRCH.
All right. Trying to push a bit higher now. Netflix, Q's doing the same. All right. So that was good. Outside, nice weather. A little fresh air. Macy's, nice squeeze on the dip.
NNOX, NanoX Imaging, weekly 35 call sweep, November, Oscar X-ray, NNOX.
All right, the Q's are trying to make a new high. All right, looking for a break higher. We've got the Fed.
30 minutes, the FOMC rate decision.
30 minutes to go.
Fat Brands was halted again. B shares FATBB resumed and was halted.
A lot of companies reporting today. Let me just go through the list here. Let me see. Before the bell, we had quite a few, obviously. Lumber Liquidators. That's about 2% lower. Lumber Liquidators. Rada Electronics. RADA. That one's up 28 cents. Had earnings before the bell. Let's see what else here. Radware, RDWR, that's up 9 cents, trading 34.97, up 1/4%. Site One Landscaping, that's what you should do, Mondo. You should have a public offering. Get you a nice corporate structure.
1.3 million shares of Naked, NAKD.
Like Black Rifle Coffee, guys out of the military. Going to be millionaires or better. So Site One Landscaping is up $6.80, up 2.8%. SITE, that looks good. That was earnings before the open. CVS is up $4.56. That up 5%. 95.81. Humana was up pre-market before the bell earnings.
That's November Alpha Kilo Delta and AKD shares getting a pop here.
Obviously, Lyft had earnings. BioCryst Pharmaceuticals, that's down 265, down 17%. BioCryst, BCRX. Steve Madden, Choose. I think, Frank, I saw you posting that one. Steve Madden, Choose, SHOO. That's up $3.65, up 8%. Trading 48.47. That had earnings today. So all these stocks that had earnings, there's many of them I'd be interested in trading on a little dip now. Going towards Black Friday, like Steve Madden, SHOO, SHOO. Intercept Pharmaceuticals, ICPT, Intercept Pharmaceuticals. India Charlie, Papa Tango. It's up $2 and change, up 11.8%, trading $19.52. All of these stocks I'd be looking, especially the ones that are in industries that we're looking for follow-through, like Marriott. Marriott had earnings before the bell this morning. It's up 2%, $3.38, trading $163.44. Discovery Communications, Broadcasting, it's up 2%, trading $25.04. Pitney Bowes, That's interesting. It's up 6%. Pitney Bowes trading 762. Oh, we check out stamps.com too. New York Times is down 7%. New York Times. All right, looking for a push higher. The Qs are trying to break out here with less than 25 minutes to go for the Fed decision. Jones, Lang, LaSalle, they're a big real estate company in the Northeast. I have many friends that work there. Jones, Lang, LaSalle, JLL. July, Lima, it's up 1.3%, trading 261.54. Wingstop, that's down $17.94. No surprise there. Well, kind of surprising. It's down 10.65%. Wingstop, I'd be interested in buying the dip once it bases. Let me look at Wingstop. Okay, here goes the markets. Wingstop, I'd be interested on buying the dip on Wingstop. All right, watch for a base on Wingstop. This is probably going to be a good trade. Next couple of days, next couple of weeks, maybe it firms down here at 135, between 135 and 150, and watching what it does there. I like the company. Netflix, looking for a follow through and a breakout. Q's pushing a bit higher. All right, so after the FOMC, I'll cover a few more of these. A lot of companies reported. Now that they're out of the way, a lot of these companies will have a chance to analyze these stocks. All right, Kratos after the bell. Kratos, KTOS. Defense, security, pulling back after a nice run up this morning. Looking for a breakout. All right, the Q is still moving. All right, so this one's basing. Depending on what it does, earnings-wise, what I've been seeing a lot lately is you get these stocks that come back and they base. You get institutions to buy shares, and tomorrow this gaps up. Time date stamp, it's not quite 140 on the East Coast. I'm thinking Kratos gaps up. All right, there goes Netflix. Netflix breaking out. Netflix breakout. Netflix breaking out. Watch Netflix. Okay, breaking out finally. All right, so Netflix has a $15 ATR. Love to see this run $10 before the Fed. Obviously won't see that, but I'd like to see it nonetheless. Take some profits off into strength. Netflix is doing well. Microsoft is moving higher too. Microsoft moving higher right here. A lot of FANG stocks looking better. Okay, there goes Netflix finally breaking out. Microsoft looking good. Above VWAP rising. Tight Bollinger Bands moving higher. What's Bitcoin doing? Netflix, Microsoft. Watch these for the follow through. All right, so they're starting to run this. Netflix, they're running it. You know, as far as rates are concerned, everybody's been waiting for the rates to go up. There's probably some thinking that if, for whatever reason, the Fed decides not to raise rates because of all of the interest that they have to pay on the debt, if they don't raise, that would probably be an indicator. I don't know. I guess some people would look at that as a negative. What's the reason? Why did they not raise rates? We're all expecting them to raise rates. The markets are at highs. The call walls shifted higher. Everybody's positioning for higher levels. I think it's almost a given that they're going to raise rates. Taper. Microsoft following through now. Looking good. Microsoft. There goes the Qs. Qs moving higher too. Qs are on the move. Ford looks like it wants to go for the high of the day. Netflix still going. Microsoft looks good. All right, I'm going to put some limit orders in to sell at higher levels if I'm not paying attention to some of these open positions like Microsoft. To sell into strength. Netflix. Netflix is going. Netflix is going. Looks good. Facebook looking for a follow through. All right, Qs. Qs are higher. All right, SPY. What's SPY doing? SPY. Microsoft still going. Netflix going. Netflix doing quite well here. Netflix on the move. Netflix. Thank you. All right. Nice follow through. All right. Netflix, nice follow through. All right, we've got, we're clearing these pivots over here. Let's take a look at the daily. Netflix looks good. That's one that Grover mentioned yesterday. Buy the dip on Netflix yesterday. Nice follow through. Looking forward to take out 690. That would be beautiful. I like to sell some of these before the Fed comes out, then reassess after the Fed. You know, take the profits, bank them. All right, Netflix is on the move. This looks good. Netflix. Netflix. All right. Nice little run up into earnings or into the Fed. All right, we got 15 minutes to go. 14 minutes to go. Netflix, nice move. Netflix still going. Q's pulling back a bit. Let's see who's affecting the Q's right now. Apple pulling back a bit. Netflix and Microsoft. Facebook going. Netflix going. Nice move on Netflix. 487.68. That was the high this morning. Netflix has an ATR of 15. Netflix has an ATR of 15. Imagine that. Imagine a 15 point, another 10 points out of this today. Another 8 points, that'd be fine. 7 points. It's up $8.48. Netflix still going. All right, the Q's pulling back. VIX is popping up here prior to FOMC. Netflix. All right, Netflix pushing higher. A nice little bounce in the Q's. Microsoft's still going. There goes Netflix, still going. Nice push on Netflix. Take some profits off into strength. Netflix, take some profits into strength. All right, looking good there. Facebook looks like it wants to keep going. Can we get some follow through on Facebook? Like to see some follow through on Facebook. Netflix, nice follow through. Congrats on Facebook if you, congrats on Netflix if you traded that one this morning. All right, Microsoft, same deal. Microsoft, higher lows. It did this a couple of times this week. Higher lows, gets back above VWAP after dipping in the morning, following through. Microsoft. Netflix, little profit taking right there, selling some into strength, makes sense. Ford, new high of the day. Ford. New high of the day on Ford, taking off to the upside. Ford looks good, following through. Whenever you see this, to start the day, price above VWAP, pulling away, breaks out, opening range breakout, takes off to the upside, accompanied by a relative volume compared to the previous day. Look at the volume here going into 1:30, 2 o'clock. Looks good. Ford breaking higher. Getting a little extended. Looks like it's going to go a little bit more. Ford. All right, VIX coming back off the high there. Macy's stuck to VWAP after a massive run this morning. Lots of volume. It's still hanging out at 1342, 3042. Ford. Let's see, where is the level 2 on Ford? Level 2. 1837, we got 15,000 shares trading there. Ford, they're chasing the bid here. Lots of offers above 1838, 2,000, 7,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000. Ford, continuation, looking really good here. Let's see, Ford one more time. It's got an ATR. Ford is trading up, it's only 36 cents on the day. Ford, it's got an ATR of 60, so we could see more upside if this turns out to be an expansion day. Looks like one. Following through. Previous breakouts, like right in here, when it broke above 1480. This one's looking good. Following through. It's getting a little extended now. I'm looking for the next dip to scalp it and swing trade it. All right, we got 5 minutes to go for the Fed. 5 minutes to go. All right, Microsoft. All right, we're going into the Fed in less than 4 minutes. Less than 4 minutes.
Coming up at 2 p.m., the FOMC rate decision.
All right, Netflix, there was some profit taken there, so it's flagging. Looking for another scalp on Netflix. Nvidia pulling back a little bit. Apple. SPY. All right, so we're just chopping around now again. After a nice little break out of that range this morning on Netflix, Microsoft. Tesla pulling back a bit. Caterpillar, a little dip this morning. Looking for a follow through. FedEx, looking for a push back up above the 50-day. All right, so NVIDIA, the guy's talking about Pelosi with her position. She also has a position in Microsoft, right? And she's been in this position for a while. Since, wasn't it over here? Back in late May? Or was it over here? I forget. Oh, it was over here. It was these two candles right there. I believe the doji is when we found out Pelosi was in. It dipped a little bit. We also had the swing trader alert at the same time. And then we got the follow through. And we ran up to 230. She's probably still in this. Pelosi. And Microsoft. No reason to sell them, really.
30 seconds to the Fed rate decision.
Okay, VIX is spiking up right here. Watch the US dollar, gold.
It's 2 o'clock.
the U.S. dollar and gold should move. Watch how they move. I'm going to go ahead and look at UUP.
Keeps target range for Fed funds rate unchanged at 0 to 0.25%.
Unchanged. Are they going to like that or not like it?
Test unemployment and inflation is met. Fed leaves key overnight interest rate unchanged at 0 to 0.25%. Fed voted 11 to 0 for Fed funds rate action, announces it will begin slowing the pace of bond buying effort in November. FOMC to trim monthly Treasury purchase rate by $10 billion per month, to trim monthly MBS purchase rate by $5 billion per month, will accelerate the pace of taper in December. FOMC says data shows economy has continued to strengthen. Inflation levels are elevated on transitory factors. Path of recovery continues to depend on coronavirus situation.
Plus 800.
Economy faces ongoing risks to outlook. Parts of economy hardest hit by the pandemic are recovering. In December, the Fed will buy $60 billion in treasuries, $30 billion in MBS, Fed to adjust pace of asset buying based on economic outlook. S&P futures spiking big here now, 46.27.25 at the high. Continuing higher now.
All right, so taking some profits, take some profits. Take some profits off into strength. All right, Qs, big pop. UWM, big pop. Everything's popping. Facebook popping. All right, nice. SPY a popping. Microsoft a popping. Beautiful. Facebook, good. Netflix looks like it wants to keep going. Facebook. All right, that was a nice pop, huh? That was a nice pop. Looking for the delayed reaction in the Qs. The U.S. dollar, big drop in the U.S. dollar. And a bounce now. Gold and UUP usually have big reactions to the Fed, more so in the dollar. Dollar dropped and then bounced. Let's look at TNX, 10-year yield. Sell into strength. TNX on the move. All right, so hopefully you took some profits into that pop. Great, George. That was nice. Okay, so the 10-year yield is moving higher, so that's going to be good for the banks. Check out Bank of America, Goldman Sachs. Those were looking good. Bank of America bouncing on the dip. Now they'll start worrying about why didn't they raise rates? Why do they keep them unchanged? Why? Why? Could be looked at both ways. But, you know, price is telling you take profits into strength. That's what I'm seeing. Take profits into strength, ask questions later. Shoot first, ask questions later, as the saying goes. All right, Facebook, looking like Netflix wants to take off here. All right, NVIDIA, I'm going to buy some NVIDIA. This is probably going to keep going. NVIDIA, let's see, for Friday. Calls. All right, NVIDIA's going to go, right? NVIDIA's going to go. Looking for NVIDIA to go, Qs to go. All right, the Qs. All right, so 10-year yield is flat now. All right, Qs, big move on the Qs. Nice job. If you bought the Qs lower this morning, looking for these to run. There goes the Qs. All right, go. Qs, going. Ow, wow. Look at that move. Sell some in the strength. We'll get some other We'll get some other trades on the dip. Okay, but right now take profits into strength. Try to minimize, try to pull back on the number of open positions you have. That's what I would do. That's what I am doing. FedEx looking for a break higher. FedEx coming out of a 60-minute range, 2-hour range. All right, so looking good, taking profits into strength. IBB, nice pop on IBB. All right, IBB probably keeps going, right? IBB. Francois, what do you think, Frank? Going higher? You guys that are trading IBB, I'm trading IBB. I like it to 164.50 or so. Got another dollar to go. It's got an ATR of 250. Yep, looks good. Russell, judging by the money supply, I would say that we could see higher inflation for sure. All right. It's going to take a while for that money. All right. The money supply is going straight up. Okay, so I would imagine that you would see inflation higher. Yeah, definitely looks like sellers. I'd take profits off. That's what I'm doing. I would take profits off into strength.
S&P futures high was 46.32.50, now at 46.28.
All right, a lot of stocks have reversed off the lows and are pushing higher. Thank you very much. Macy's looking for a run end of day. Microsoft, what are you doing, Microsoft? Okay, Microsoft looks good. Okay, a little profit taking, but probably tomorrow they'll be following through. A lot of these should be following through, I would think. After an initial sell the rip. Looking for NVIDIA to follow through as well. UWM back towards the highs. Walmart, nice little bounce in Walmart.
Letter F, Ford, CNBC reporting Ford to impose a vaccine mandate on its workers. That's letter F.
All right, so I don't know if that's a good thing. Let's see how they're reacting to that news. Ford. All right, Ford, I'm selling half of my shares at the high here that I added. Average entry was 1788. 1788. All right, I added some after hours on Monday night. I have an earlier entry in Ford that's down there at 1760 or so. And first in, first out. So those shares will go first. The ones that I added Monday night, right around 18. Those will go next. FIFO, first in, first out. You see that on your trading screen sometimes. The real move after 3 p.m. I'm thinking that after Powell finished speaking, you know, I like to sell into rips like that. I mean, that was a gift. A lot of these stocks popped up to the highs. Ford, not responding too badly to that news. Ford's probably I wonder if that's management or unions that are requiring that. I can't imagine the unions, but who knows? All right, FedEx, looking for a pop here on FedEx. FedEx, we got 60 cents to go to pop above 240. The 50-day moving average is up there at 240.77. All right, so who's this? This is NVIDIA. NVIDIA pulling back a bit. All right, looking for flat VWAP. Look for high, 267.84, and low, 262.35. So that's the way we're trading right now. I'm looking for the real move after 2 o'clock. It's 2:10. The real move after 3 o'clock, after Jay Powell, finishes talking. All right, LOTZ. All right, so looking for small caps to continue higher. We know that this is just the start. IWM, UWM. Okay, some of these stocks dipping a little bit more. This is NVIDIA I'm looking at. NVIDIA. Okay, looking for UWM, IWM. I'm looking to add. I just added a little bit. All right, UWM, IWM. Looks like this is going to keep going. Looking good. All right. All right, so we know that the markets can be a little whippy before and after the Fed rate decision, especially after the rate decision, the first 15 minutes or so. We get really whippy price action. What's most important after 2 o'clock for me personally is what institutions do. Do they buy the dips here? It looks like they're buying the dips to me. So I'll be selling the rips. You know that if the call wall is moving higher, you know if these call wall continues to move higher, market makers and dealers will buy the dip and sell the rip. So I'm good with buying the dip. All right, so UWM continues to move higher. All right, the dip is getting bought for now. Dip is getting bought. We're seeing SPY moving higher off of this higher low. Look for, remember the last time we got this kind of move, Fed move, we had a nice run when the call wall was shifting higher. What was it, back in June, July, whatever the hell it was? We had this little same kind of price action, if you remember. And Fed was unchanged, yada, yada. And you got this nice pop and then a little dip, and then price action took off to the upside, closed higher the rest of the day. That said, I'm still selling into strength. All right, Macy's is back above VWAP. All right, so here we go. NVIDIA's starting to pick up again. All right, there goes SPY. VIX is rolling over, a big H pattern. SPY should pop now. You know, we could test 465. Not many more blocks. All right, come on, let's go. LETSGO. Walmart trying to push back up to the highs in the morning, 150-ish. Bank of America breaking out. VFC. All right, BAC is on the move. Big move on Bank of America there. Bank of America. Bank of America. I always imagine Walter Cronkite saying Bank of America, Bank of America. BAC, let's see what, nice move on Bank of America. Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs on a dip, probably breaks higher. Goldman Sachs broke out yesterday at 52-week highs. I thought the way it was looking this earlier, it was like, wow, really? They're going to sell banks that much? But nope, they're coming into it. They're buying the dip. Goldman Sachs, nice dip there to buy. Bank of America. FedEx, a little bit higher, please. SPY moving higher. All right, Goldman Sachs, they're buying the dip on Goldman. Bank of America looks the best. Bank of America, right out of the chute, higher, looks good. What's NanoX doing? NNOX. All right, that continues higher. Cisco. Cisco looks good. I really like Cisco. It's got a nice cup pattern. Any kind of dip getting bought. You can see the wick right there. Yesterday was a pretty bullish day. There goes SPY. Pretty bullish day yesterday. Dipped halfway into yesterday's price action, but buyers stepped up. That's a key. So look for an ascending flag or a follow through to 59.60, somewhere around there. Continuation. Apple looking for a breakout. Looking for a breakout now. Apple trading 85,900, 86,000, just flipped to 86,000 of the 152.50s.
Charlie November Echo Yankee. President Biden to deliver remarks on authorization of COVID-19 vaccine for kids aged 5 to 11 at 3:45 p.m. That is from the White House.
Another 86,000 of the 152.50 calls on Apple trading today after 2 days of greater than 100,000 contracts on Monday, 100,000 contracts on Tuesday. You had more on the 150s. The 150s had like 125,000 on Monday and then 100,000 yesterday. The opening interest is not there, so that's telling me that, these are day trades and they're looking for quick scalps. We got VIX with an H pattern looking like it's going to drop off. This looks good. Sell into strength, folks. Try to minimize and whittle down the number of stocks you have open. Tomorrow and the end of today, we should see the volatility pick up now. VIX is dropping off. But we should see, now that we have the call wall has shifted higher, that's a big deal, okay?
Inside EVs reporting Ford saying the E-Transit is sold out. Production begins soon. That's letter F. Ford shares off the highs, $18.48, up about 2.5% now for the day for letter F. Ford.
All right, don't forget about the call wall, folks. You know the deal there. You know what the deal is there. Institutions are they're telegraphing what they're going to be doing over the next few weeks into December, especially into the end of November. The call wall keeps shifting higher. You know when that happens. That's the rally from May 2020 into September, the beginning of September 2021, when the call wall started shifting lower. Prior to that, every OPEX, the call wall was shifting higher. Okay, that's the environment we're in right now. The call wall has shifted from 4,400 up to 4,700, 300 points over the last couple of weeks. That's huge. And now the Fed is keeping rates unchanged. So you could read into that as a negative that there's, inflation is too much. I would think inflation is too much because, don't get me wrong, I know some of you out in California are having a difficult time. But when I first came here to Myrtle Beach, it was $1.60, $1.65 for unleaded. Now it's $3.25. That's pretty significant, a doubling in price. I know you guys and ladies are having an issue out in California, of course, but that inflation, it's probably going to continue because if you look at the money supply has not backed off. All right, it's only increasing. All right, so when you look at the money supply, M2, it's still moving higher. It might be plateauing a little bit. Let me just check this real quick. Okay, yeah, it did come back in a little bit. So that they're shrinking the money supply, but still the inflation. This is like such a huge printing of money that it's going to take another year for this to wear out. Okay, so here we go.
Employment and price stability. Today, the FOMC kept interest rates near zero, and in light of the progress the economy has made toward our goals, decided to begin reducing the pace of asset purchases. With these actions, monetary policy will continue to provide strong support to the economic recovery. Given the unprecedented nature of the disruptions related to the pandemic and the reopening of the economy, we remain attentive to risks and will ensure that our policy is well positioned to address the full range of plausible economic outcomes. I will say more about our monetary policy decisions after reviewing recent economic developments. Economic activity expanded at a 6.5% pace in the first half of the year.
That's cool.
Reflecting progress on vaccinations, the reopening of the economy, and strong policy support. In the third quarter, real GDP growth slowed notably from this rapid pace. The summer's surge in COVID cases from the Delta variant has held back the recovery in the sectors most adversely affected by the pandemic, including travel and leisure. Activity has also been restrained by supply constraints and bottlenecks, notably in the motor vehicle industry. As a result, both household spending and business investment flattened out last quarter. Nonetheless, aggregate demand has been very strong this year, buoyed by fiscal and monetary policy support and the healthy financial positions of households and businesses. With COVID case counts receding further and progress on vaccinations, economic growth should pick up this quarter, resulting in strong growth for the year as a whole. Conditions in the labor market have continued to improve, and demand for workers remains very strong. As with overall economic activity, the pace of improvement slowed with the rise in COVID cases. In August and September, job gains averaged 280,000 per month, down from an average of about 1 million jobs per month in June and July. The slowdown has been concentrated in sectors most sensitive to the pandemic, including leisure and hospitality and education. The unemployment rate was 4.8% in September. This figure understates the shortfall in employment, particularly as
Notice cyclical stocks getting bought, the banks, industrials, materials.
The aging of the population and retirements. But participation for prime-aged individuals also remains well below pre-pandemic levels, in part reflecting factors related to the pandemic, such as caregiving needs and ongoing concerns about the virus. As a result, employers are having difficulties filling job openings. These impediments to labor supply should diminish with further progress on containing the virus, supporting gains in employment and economic activity. The economic downturn has not fallen equally on all Americans, and those least able to shoulder the burden have been hardest hit.
He said that before.
Despite progress, joblessness continues to fall disproportionately on African Americans and Hispanics. The supply and demand imbalances related to the pandemic and the reopening of the economy have contributed to sizable price increases in some sectors. In particular, bottlenecks and supply chain disruptions are limiting how quickly production can respond to the rebound in demand in the near term. As a result, overall inflation is running well above our 2% longer run goal. Supply constraints have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated. Nonetheless, it remains the case that the drivers of higher inflation have been predominantly connected to the dislocations caused by the pandemic, specifically the effects on supply and demand from the shutdown, the uneven reopening, and the ongoing effects of the virus itself. We understand the difficulties that high inflation poses for individuals and families, particularly those with limited means to absorb higher prices for essentials such as food and transportation. Our tools cannot ease supply constraints. Like most forecasters, we continue to believe that our dynamic economy will adjust to the supply and demand imbalances, and that as it does, inflation will decline to levels much closer to our 2% longer run goal.
Of course, it is very difficult to predict the persistence of supply constraints or their effects on inflation. Global supply chains are complex. They will return to normal function, but the timing of that is highly uncertain. We are committed to our longer-run goal of 2% inflation and to having longer-term inflation expectations well anchored at this goal. If we were to see signs that the path of inflation, or longer-term inflation expectations, was moving materially and persistently beyond levels consistent with our goal, we would use our tools to preserve price stability. We will be watching carefully to see whether the economy is evolving in line with expectations. Fed's policy actions have been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people, along with our responsibilities to promote the stability of the financial system. Our asset purchases have been a critical tool. They helped preserve financial stability early in the pandemic, and since then have helped foster smooth market functioning and accommodative financial conditions to support the economy. Last December, the committee stated its intention to continue asset purchases at a pace of at least $120 billion per month until substantial further progress has been made toward our maximum employment and price stability goals. At today's meeting, the committee judged that the economy has met this test and decided to begin reducing the pace of its asset purchases. Beginning later this month, we will reduce the monthly pace.
You see that breakout in IWM in the lower panel?
For Treasury securities and $5 billion for
Transports echoing the same thing. That's very
We
bullish.
also announced another reduction of this
That's
size
very,
in
very
the monthly
bullish.
purchase pace starting in mid-December, since that month's purchase schedule will be released by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York prior to our December FOMC meeting. If the economy evolves broadly as expected, we judge that similar reductions in the pace of net asset purchases will likely be appropriate each month, implying that increases in our securities holdings would cease by the middle of next year. That said, we are
Ooh,
prepared
that
to
doesn't look
adjust
good.
the
You
pace
see
of
the industrial
purchases if
production?
warranted by changes in the economic
See how that's
outlook.
turned down? That's not good.
And
We need that to
even
turn
after
back
our
up.
balance sheet stops expanding, our holdings of securities will continue to support accommodative financial conditions. Our decision today to begin tapering our asset purchases does not imply any direct signal regarding our interest rate policy. We continue to articulate a different and more stringent test for the economic conditions that would need to be met before raising the federal funds rate. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to complete the recovery and employment.
All right, so the Fed's wrapping it up here.
Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
All right, now the dumb questions start. Okay, great looking chart. Big Five Sporting Goods continues to ramp higher. Very nice. Big Five. We noted this one this morning on the dip. Noted this one in the morning. I didn't take a position. I see some of you, Frano took a position on Big Five Sporting Goods. Big move today. Man, I wasn't paying attention. My bad. All right, we were down here this morning. I was looking at it, it's like, wow. All right, wait for the dip to get bought. Didn't look at it, and then it took off. Don't chase it up here. Wait for a little dip. This is very bullish action. Earnings were good. Okay, but you don't want to chase it. Okay, wait for a little dip tomorrow. Maybe we get back into this zone right here between 29 and 31 tomorrow. All right, so if you got options, I'd be selling into strength. Look for a little dip tomorrow. Keep some on just in case it does follow through. Big Five Sporting Goods. So Dick's Sporting Goods. Let's see what that looks like. All right, Dick's is above the 50-day. That looks good. Damn, this thing is still going. Still going. Big Five. Let's see what the weekly looks like. Can't chase it up here. You know, In my younger days, I probably would have chased this up here. Scalped it anyway. Can't do it. Can't do it. The odds are against you. Right when you hit enter, it's going to start to reverse. All right, Dix. Dix looks good. Dix is back above the VWAP. Let me see what the options look like on Dix. Dix reported already? Did Dix report already? Dix. DKS, Dix. DKS. Probably going to miss something here. What time is it? It's 2:40. Dix is still going. Still undervalued. It's only 1 times revenue at 65. So, Dix probably sees 135. All right, still going. Dix is going. Dix, if you like Big Five, check out Dix. Cassava, watching Cassava try to get a move on here. All right, Dix, I really like this one. Dix is following. High tick alert. High tick alert. Damn it, Janet. Spied. Can't chase it up here. Nice little flag. It's a flag breakout. Maybe it keeps going for Friday. All right, Dix on the move. Dix. All right, nice follow through. Check out Big Five. Big Five. Big move on Big Five. Huge volume. Dix is probably going to do the same thing. All right, so we got an H pattern petering out towards the lows. There goes SPY. Teva, UWM. UWM, new high. UWM, new all-time high. Bring it on. Bring it on. There we go. Nice job. All right, looking for Macy's to run end of day. Dick's Sporting Goods. All right, looks good. AVXL still going. All right, Grover was talking about AVXL yesterday. AVXL, looking for the follow through in this one. Looking for higher, much higher. Nice volume. Anavex Life Sciences, our SPY continuations. We've got a VIX making a new low for the evening session. VIX. All right, now that the Fed is out of the way, what's happened in previous occasions? The more than likely VIX is going to taper off some more. Okay, it's going to keep going. SPY's going to keep going. Last time the VIX dropped off like this, the SPY rallied and the call wall is already shifted higher. All right, so this is all looking good. What I would like to do, I can't speak to everyone, but what I would like to do personally is, some scalps into the end of the day. We've got an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 13 minutes to go. Take some things off, get my positions reduced down, and then start focusing on what works tomorrow and Friday. Because we saw today how the value stocks took a back seat for a little while, and then look how hard they're getting bought right here. Look how much they're getting bought. Look at Bank of America taking off to the upside. The banks are getting bought, so check your favorite bank. Check your favorite bank. These are getting bought. Okay, so little dips for the entry. Goldman Sachs is the one I'd like to get. Goldman Sachs is going here. Goldman Sachs, I'd like to buy some calls. Let's see what those calls look like. And they're not too bad. The 430 is a 30 delta. The 425 is a 40 delta, 38 delta. 422.50 is a 40 delta. That's a better one. It's $7. Might be a little rich for some. You could try the 1112 expiration. Let's see, 425. That's a 40 delta. All right, maybe I'll buy that. Maybe I'll buy some Goldman Sachs 425 calls. They're a 40 delta. Nope, that was a 422. 422.50 is a 40 delta. Okay, I'm going to buy those for $5. Those are the 422.50s. All right, I bought the 1112 40 delta call, 422.50 Goldman Sachs. Ooh, boy, this is going to be a doozy of a close, I can tell you already. Goldman Sachs, 40 delta call, 422, just out of the money is a 40 delta call. All right, SPY's following through. VIX is dropping off. Everything's working. Microsoft's still going. Microsoft still going. Nice little pop on Microsoft. Bank of America still going. UWM is like space shuttle. Or more appropriately, Falcon 9. All right, there goes UWM. UWM. All right, there's a lot of small cap banks too. All right, a lot of small cap banks. True. Yeah, that's true, Anton. I would agree with you. Yeah, he wants to get renominated. All right, nice follow through on SPY. SPY probably runs the end of day. You got an hour and 10 minutes to go. 70 minutes to go. Abercrombie and Fitch last week was looking really strong with the relative volume. It goes, oh my gosh, we're gonna blow this. We're gonna blow this puppy up. Look at the moves right now. Holy smokes! Wow. Please take some things off into strength. Don't want to be holding on to things and wondering why you didn't take profits. FedEx going. FedEx 240. FedEx 240 breach. Here we go. FedEx is on the move. All right. FedEx. Thank you very much. FedEx. Um, FedEx. Wow, everything is giving you a chance to exit. Everything's giving you a chance to exit. FedEx looks great. Wow, there goes FedEx. Goldman Sachs looking for the follow through. SPY looking good. All right. Goldman Sachs is going to, I'm probably going to double up on Goldman Sachs if it makes it, say above 422. I might double up Goldman Sachs. UWM, wow, impressive. UWM, 4.5% today. Wow. Nice, nice, nice. UWM. All right. Take some profits off into strength. Looks good though. Wow. Wow, look at the futures. I'm sorry. I know it's bad because there's people out there hurting right now that don't have the benefit of being in the trading room with you folks. You guys do a great job. I have to tell you, I'm very proud. Very proud to say our trading room rocks. It does. Our trading room does rock. So many different styles. Scalps and swings and position trading, portfolio trading. But in the end, it's all about strategy and risk management, price and volume. You guys are doing a great job. Dropping off here, VIX is dropping to new lows in the evening session. UWM, a little profit taking right now. I'm going to be in this for months, I would think. UWM. This is not a day trade for me. I could pull back a little bit. I'm okay with that. I'll just add to it, but small caps probably does well over the next few weeks. All right, so the longer the base, the higher in space. And we're not the only people that notice this. Many people have noticed it and started talking about it a week ago, when we were looking for that breakout. So sell some into strength, folks. Try to minimize your exposure. Let's take a new, fresh look at things now that the Fed is done. Take a fresh look tomorrow. And we'll focus. Wonderful day today. Wonderful day. Yeah. The Bears they've skipped town. Man. All right, SPY looking for a follow through. VIX is dropping off. Everything's working. All right, so we're starting to see some profit taking at the highs. That's what I would be doing. I have been doing. All right. LCID, got an ABCD pattern on LCID, Lucid. LCID, ABCD. All right, go. D now. What is Big Five doing? Big Five. Big Five. Nice. All right, so a little profit taking at the highs. That's what I anticipated would happen. Taking profits into strength. Good idea. SPY's still going. All right, so they're not done. They're not even close to being done, it looks like. All right, Lucid on the move. There we go. Lucid. Awesome. Relative volume. Relative volume. All right. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. Can almost guarantee tomorrow won't be as good as today. These pops are just too great. FedEx at the highs, looking for a follow through tomorrow. It's right at 240. Looking for a follow through. Like to see it above 242 FedEx. All right, FedEx, this is the 50-day moving average right here. Up against it again. If we can leap above this tomorrow, get maybe 245. This got an ATR of $4.23. It's up $4.21. So pretty much the ATR for the day. That is the ATR for the day, $4.23. Rounded up 424. So if this is, we still have plenty of time. This could be an expansion day. We could close above the 50-day if they keep buying. What's UPS doing? UPS. Oh, there's your UPS. There's your UPS entry. UPS. UPS. UPS first entry. Looks like a nice follow through tomorrow. You could wait until tomorrow, probably be up at 215 or so. Or you could scale in today if you were going to take 1,000 shares. I like to make the example, if your intention is to have 1,000 shares, maybe you take 50. Because I usually wait for the second bullish day. The second bullish day indicates the buyers are still there. The ones that bought this candle are still here. And FedEx is showing they're here as well. Okay, the volume. All right, so tomorrow would be a second bullish day. I'm thinking that FedEx, pretty good probability it's going to follow through tomorrow, and that the indices, the institutions will reassess what Powell has to say and what he said. Pretty much the same thing you heard last time. The Fed's here for, the families that have been impacted the most, minorities, Hispanics, blacks, etc. He said that last time. I think he said it the last 2 times, actually. So, repeat. And the last time, the markets continued to move higher as well. So, and it happens to be one of the seasonally strongest months of the year. So, I can't really find anything wrong except for that industrial production. You saw that industrial production chart I showed you a few minutes ago. I don't like the way this looks. Okay. So back in 2000, not that we're going to top out here, but back in late 2018, remember when industrial production turned down in late 2018? That was when the Fed started raising rates. Remember that? And that preceded that little dip right at about the same time. It was about September this started to peak and turn down. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but it's happened before, so I want to pay attention to it. We went sideways, and through 2019, we still rallied into the January 2020 high. So we can move lower, we can move flat. I just want to stay above that moving average. That's the monthly moving average there. 12-month, it's a monthly chart, the 12-month moving average. So we need to stay above. What I'd like to see is industrial production pop back up tomorrow or for the month of November. So that's all right. That's that. Let's take a look at the long bond. The long bond had the yield had dropped below the 20-year. The 30-year dropped below the 20. A lot of you pay attention, saw that. Mentioned it on Monday, I believe. That's a big deal. 10-year yield staying right here. Still fairly strong. Previous occasions where the 10-year yield had moved higher and then dipped before moving higher again and then flagging. We saw that back in 2012. The markets accelerated another 67% to the highs over the following 18 to 24 months. All right, so I'm not saying that that's going to be the case again, but this looks good. You had this move back here in 2016, a run up in 2016, the pullback like it is now, following through, then flagging. Same thing. We moved 37% higher. Now we're up over 97%, 100% really, on the markets, the S&P. Okay, from the March low. I can't find anything wrong right now. So I think Pete put it pretty well yesterday, Pete Najarian. What was Wapner saying? Wapner was saying something about growth stocks, and Pete's response was, yeah, they keep going higher, and as they keep going higher, I want to keep buying the options, or something along that line. And he said at some point they're not going to keep going up. So while they are going up, instead of being fearful, buy the dips whenever the call wall is moving higher. That's my key takeaway. The call wall is moving higher. It moved up to 4,700 from 4,650. You guys should be all over that. And judging by the trades I'm seeing going off in the trading room, you are on top of it. So we're all in sync. Just don't start singing. All right. FedEx is going to go again. UPS, great entry on UPS. UPS is a good entry. UPS, I can't tell you how beautiful this looks. All right, so UPS, you want to know what I'm thinking about UPS? Look at Merck. All you have to do is look at Merck. This is the quintessential setup for me, okay? The moving averages are rising. You have a catalyst. In this case, Merck had the pill, the COVID pill. You don't buy the high. You do not buy the high. You buy the dip. You wait for the dip to get bought. When does the dip get bought? When you see that first bullish candle and you see the volume. The second bullish day is a confirmation. So you don't have to buy UPS today, but I am thinking about buying shares here. If we see some profit taking end of day, I'll just wait tomorrow. I'm not in a big hurry. I'm taking things off. Tomorrow will be another day. Look for UPS to fade off a little bit. I like both of them. FedEx is trading at 240. It's right at the 50-day moving average, and UPS is looking for a follow through after the bounce. That's my favorite setup. You get really good at this. You start seeing them everywhere. And you wait for the dip. You see the rip and you say, no, I'm not going to chase that. I'm not going to chase that. I'm going to wait for that dip. Wait for the buyers. Don't buy the high. Look how far that is outside the Keltner band on that gap up in earnings. Volume by price is right there, so we'll probably consolidate a little bit in here and then take off. Volume wasn't above average anyway, so this looks good though. Same strategy, whether it's the 30-minute, the 60-minute, the daily, the weekly, same idea. 5-minute chart, buy the dip, sell the rip when the call wall is moving higher. Dix. All right, Dix is starting to consolidate now. All right, Macy's. All right, sitting on top of VWAP, looking for Macy's to follow through tomorrow. NVIDIA, all right, pushing a bit higher. SPY still pushing higher. Qs. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. UWM. Wow. AVXL at the high of the day. That looks good. AVXL. AVXL. All right, so right now, AVXL, I would categorize this as maybe take profits into strength or wait for the next pullback. Okay, you get a nice base, breaks out of the base, volume. SPY looks like it wants to go again. This is exactly what it did the last time he said this after the Fed meeting. We kept rising into the close. SPY is going to keep going. All right. I'm keeping my eyeballs on all of these charts because I want to take some more things off. Walmart, like to see more follow through in Walmart. All right, folks, doing a great job in the trading room. Thanks for sharing all your ideas. What is Anna's Knox doing? All right, it's off the high of the day, but I had a very nice move today if you scalped it. There was a couple of occasions here where you could have scalped this one. The run up into that high, the dip below VWAP got bought, ran up to the highs again. Maybe it does it again. I think it's probably done for now. Knox is probably done. NanoX. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. All right. All right, so NanoX pulling back as you would anticipate after a big run today. Kind of reminds me of, what was it, Sava yesterday? Sava ran up and then it gave it back. Okay, still looking for Sava to make a run for it. Now, here's a good example. You couldn't ask for a better example here. You see at 11 o'clock where price action started to move away from VWAP? Right there. Started taking off, then it consolidated. Look at the volume. Relative volume picked up, and then boom, it pulled away from VWAP like Falcon 9, SpaceX, right? It took off and ran to the highs, and then it topped. What happened? Volume tapered off. VWAP flattened out, and while you may not have gotten the absolute high, you got somewhere in there on the pullback. That first big red candle was a clue to get the hell out of the way. Today, completely different. Look at the difference between VWAP. Over here it was flat in the morning, and then the even has started tilting higher. Whenever you see that call wall shift higher that VWAP shift higher like that, you know the stock is in play. That's your clue. That's your confirmation. Then look for the relative volume. Today, relative volume, look at the difference between the volume yesterday at 130 and today. I'm not telling you something you don't already know, but look at VWAP. VWAP was telling you in the very beginning of the morning that this was probably not going anywhere. I still have some shares. I'll hold on to them. Maybe I'll sell them after hours. But flat VWAP, no momentum. The good thing is that we're still seeing higher lows, looking for a higher high. Completely different story Tuesday and Wednesday on VWAP. If you get this, trust me, you're going to make a lot of money in the future, especially if you're a millennial, you're somebody in your 20s or 30s. Man, I wish I knew what I know now when I first started trading. I blew up my first account. That was a long time ago, in the 90s. Trading too many options and not understanding what I was doing. And then I finally got it. Managed to trade for the most of the 1990s into 2000, made a lot of money, and got out of the markets. I showed you this yesterday. This one chart you should commit to memory or make a copy of it. All right, so this one chart tells you what you need to know. This is the chart over the last 35 years of trading has suited me well. It's done very well for me. And let me go out to 35 years. All right, so I started trading over there in 87. 87, December of 87, my first trade was IBM. Really wasn't a trade on my part. It was more a broker, the broker, Lehman Brothers at the time. And I rode that for a while. But this particular strategy, the Faber trend model, you want to be bullish above the 10 MA and bearish below, or in cash, or short. Okay, and you can see 2000, while you missed a little bit at the top, you got the majority of this 60%, 50% drawdown. You were out of the way or short. The run up, from 2002 into 2008, 2007 was the top of the markets. What was it, 11? Was November, October the 9th. October the 9th, you got your sell signal. We dropped below the 10 MA on the monthly. We turned March, remember, March of 2009, March 9th, 2009, that's where we turned. We made the reversal and we stayed above the 10 MA mostly all of this time except for 2015, 2018, and 2020. So if you just use this one chart for your investing, you're going to do a hell of a lot better. Now we're starting to get a little stretched, but what I've been looking for now is, okay, what are the reasons for me to back off of my 401k? I really don't have a good reason to sell anything yet. Industrial production was the first thing. I just showed you industrial production. That's the first thing that I've noticed that's told me to keep an eye on it, right? Industrial production. This is the first time I've seen this turn down. You see that little leg down there? Now we had the similar leg right here when we dipped down to 96.40. That was the beginning of the year, January, February, right? So we want this to turn up and stay above this moving average. Like back here in 2018, 2019, this still went sideways, industrial production. And the markets continued to climb into 2020, January 2020. This we need to keep an eye on. That's the first thing that I've noticed that is telling me to be watchful. Other than that, I don't see anything wrong with the markets. Let's go see what the breadth looks like. All right, so you should have been selling a few things into strength. Okay, look at the number of new highs. 192 new highs, 119% increase. Remember, this was lower this morning. Oy, oy, oy. This is beautiful. All right, we got our first green elder stick on the New York Stock Exchange. You see that in the lower panel? First green elder stick. So that's good. Okay, that's good. And this is looking good. All right, so I can go back here and hit this one right there, right? All right. All right, so what's the other thing? What's the other thing I could look at? Let's take a look at NYHL. NYHL. Dropbox. Okay, what's the other thing? Oh, S&P 500. S&P 500. Number of stocks trading above their 50-day. 3 weeks ago, we told you that 75% of stocks were below the 50-day. Right there, 75%. And we were looking for this reversal. And we were looking for CCI to trigger. It did. Both of these turned up at the same time. That gave us a buy signal. Okay, the number of stocks trading above their 50-day is still way away from the red zone. It's at 69%. 69% of stocks are above the 50-day. Let's see what the 200-day looks like. 200-day. Oops. This is not my opinion. This is what's happening. Okay, the number of stocks above the 50-day or the 200-day are 72%. All right, so this can still move higher, which is telling me institutions still have a lot of room for their dip buying. We just have to identify the sectors where they're buying on a daily and weekly basis. So that looks good. And we're trading at this upper trend line. Now, this is a subjective trend line, of course. We could still move higher. SPY looks like it's seeing a little bit of profit taking. I would take some profits off the table right here. I would take profits off the table, SPY. Maybe, I was thinking about puts, but you know what? I've had such a good day already. It's we got 33 minutes to go. I'm just going to close a few things. Deckers, Dick's Sporting Goods, looking for that to follow through. Looking for Macy to follow through tomorrow. Retail should do well for the next few days. XRT. Retail should do well. Look at that move on retail. Let's look at the weekly so that we don't look at this as chasing. All right, so retail looks good into the seasonally strongest months of the year. Okay. Damn, that looks good. That looks so good. That looks so good. You know what? I'm just going to keep that like that. Oh, man, that's so pretty. This is the first week, or actually the third week above the 10 EMA, but it's the first big bullish week. So do we continue Thursday, Friday? Maybe. Maybe we take a little breather. Do we continue next week? Maybe. Certainly looks good. Let's add rate of change here. I already have a feeling this is going to be turning or crossing over, rate of change. What I'm looking at here is, this is really important. This is an important concept. All right, so you got rate of change. So this has 4 periods, the 10, 15, 20, and 30 periods. So the 10 period will turn faster than the 15, and so on. Faster than the 20, faster than the 30. So when the 10 starts to turn first, this will start to change direction. It's just starting to change direction, if you can see that. Let me put the zoom thumbnail on here. Okay. And you can see it's starting to change direction. All right. So what would cause that to continue and cross over like it did back here in November? Remember November? Remember the last time we rallied from November when the call wall was moving higher again after October? I think we moved lower one time in October. September, October of 2020. And then we took off in November with that big rally. That's the last time it crossed over. Let me just go out a little further so you can see it. So SPY, I would take some off. Actually, it was above the signal line, dipped a little bit, and then continued higher. Wow, that looks pretty. Yep, that looks pretty. So anyway, the short 10 period will change direction faster. Now I could change this to 5, fudge this a little bit, and see what we got here. All right, so the 5, you can see how it's starting to turn, right? See that? All right, let me change it to something even smaller, just to accentuate what I'm trying to say. Okay, so the short term is not having much of an effect. Let me see if I change both of these. Well, you get the point. It's starting to change. And most likely on this breakout, it will. It will. There's a lot of small cap retailers, and IWM has taken off. So XRT weekly. $275 to sell. That's pennies. That could easily flip to $275 or higher to buy. Market on close. Okay, so let's look at XLY, which includes a lot more than just retail. All right, so you already got your crossover on retail. See that? 10, 15, 20. All right, so you already got your crossover on consumer discretionary. So if you're bullish, the markets, you want to see consumer discretionary moving higher. And you want consumer discretionary. I'll show you the other chart in a minute here. The other chart, you want to, this is for the people that are swing trading, and there goes SPY even more, that are trading in IRAs and 401ks. So look at what the XLY XLP is saying. Consumer discretionary versus consumer staples. It's saying bullish signal. It broke out mid-October. The second week of October, this broke out. Now, this is weighted with Amazon, the top weight, and Home Depot. Amazon and Home Depot, the top two. Now, if you take the equal weight version of this, that's these two charts. So that's the Invesco Equal Weight Consumer Discretionary, RCD, and Invesco Consumer Staples. So consumer staples, you would think that's outperforming when everybody's freaked out and they're just worried about having toilet paper and toothpaste and soap and stuff like that. Instead, people are buying, and Mondo just said it in the trading room. He said he's tired of people. He's going to start tapering. All right, Playboy, I would take it off anytime you want. Playboy looks like it's going to continue higher. Okay, I would this bounce right here. But it's also a swing. Playboy is a swing too, right? Playboy is a swing. This is probably just going to keep going. It's building the right side. I would swing some too. I like Playboy. I think this is going to look good. It's going to keep going. All right, so you got volume. That's showing you institutions have been picking up shares. That's their footprints right there. It takes them weeks and months. All right, so you got your base. Phase 4 is over here. From the high to the low, it spends all its time below the 921 and 50 day for the months of June, July, August. Eventually, the base starts to show up, no longer making new lows, lower highs. The base starts to move sideways as institutions take weeks and months to fill their positions. Once they do, phase 1 is complete. Accumulation is complete. Phase 2 can start. Phase 2 is the markup. That's where institutions have bought down here in the 20s are letting the offer lift. That's the markup. The markup period lasts the longest most of the time. We'll probably see this move back to 55 or 60 in the weeks to come. So you could probably see 100% on shares, and shorter time frames you could probably see 100% in your options, given what I'm seeing. So I wouldn't be buying at the high of the day. I'd be offloading options into strength and then look for a dip in the next couple of days like it did here, because the early stages of the phase 2 start the change of trend. The early stages, you get these quick moves. Momentum traders get a little nervous. It pulls back. They buy again, and so on. And eventually, you're going to see a longer period of sustained movement, like you see with Target. Right? Target moved below the 921 and 50 day. Once it moved back above the 9 and 50, now it's starting to trend. Like over here, it moved below the 921 and 50 day back in 2020. All right, so it was over here. It was below the 50 day. Then it moved back above, and then it took off, and you just start making higher highs, higher lows. RSI is above 50. Target looks good. Costco. All right, so buy the dip, sell the rip. Don't buy the highs of the day, whatever you do right now. All right, so UWM is still going. It's starting to flatten out now at the high. Beautiful. Macy's looking for a follow through. All right, Macy's.
Coming up after the close, earnings from BKNG, Booking.com, APA Apache, ALL Allstate, CF Industries, CLR Continental Resources.
Oh boy, what a day, huh? Oh my gosh, what a day. Netflix, Microsoft, Facebook. Wow. Facebook still going?
MGM Resorts, MTW Manitowoc, QCOM Qualcomm, RCII Rent-A-Center, RKU Roku, SKLZ Skills, SRPT Sarepta Therapeutics, SWN Southwestern Energy, TTWO, take two. WLL Whiting Petroleum reporting.
Facebook at the highs. Now, what could happen tomorrow, and what I'm anticipating, is that we'll see the growth stocks take some profits off. And this will tilt back down again a little bit. We had a nice run. What is this, day 14, since we moved above the 9 EMA? This is day 15 since we moved above the 21 day. Day 15. All right, so if you look at the S&P, I'm just chattering away right here. I'd be taking profits off into strength and focusing on maybe a half a dozen positions going forward. Don't know what those half a dozen positions are going to be, but I want to see how they're. I got a feeling it's going to be health, retail, and biotechs, at least for starters. Retail for sure, because there's a lot of small cap financials, also financials, small cap financials, small cap retail, small cap energy, that are all doing well. All right, so here's what I'm looking at on the S&P. So we know the call wall has shifted higher. We're on day 15 above the 9 EMA. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 15 days. Okay, so over here, when the call wall was shifting higher, when everything was working and the dip was getting bought every day, in between these dips to the 50-day, the green line, we spent at least 3 weeks to 4 weeks above the 9 EMA. On average, about 17 days. Prior to the call wall shifting lower, we had that very brief 12-day move. And then right there at the top, that's when they started moving the call wall lower. Now the call wall has been moving higher 6 times from 4,600. 6 times. That's amazing in such a short amount of time. So that's telling you institutions what their intentions are. They're looking for higher. And remember that, remember the JP Morgan collar? Okay? That collar was bullish, right? They were looking for 45.05 or higher. They've since moved those calls up. These expire, the quarterlies expire December 31st. That 41.50 put spread, more than likely they pulled that up higher as well. That's to help protect them on the downside. What a beautiful run this has been. And you guys have been right on top of it since that reversal right there 16 days ago.
Continental Resources nearing deal to acquire Pioneer Natural Resources, Delaware Basin assets for more than $3 billion. That from Reuters.
16 days ago, we had that right shoulder, took off to the upside after a 6% pullback. And I kept telling you, my opinion, of course, my opinion was that we just had a 6% reset. Why are you guys thinking about a big move lower? And the answer to that question is most of you in the trading room were not. Some of you did trade these days. I know Russell traded that red day right there and this red day right there on, what was that, Tuesday? No, Monday. You know, that little dip. Russell made some cash there. But the overriding sentiment is that institutions kept moving the call wall higher 6 times in 16 trading days. That's pretty amazing. SPY looks like it's going to keep going. VIX is trailing off. All right, so last time the Fed did this, what happened? The VIX continued to move lower because they no longer need or are concerned about those hedges, or at least they're not that much. And what's happening? They're selling volatility. It's dropping off. SPY is moving higher. So most of your positions should continue. Facebook's at the highs, taking out the high. What a beautiful day. Probably the nicest day Yeah, that caller, JP Morgan, the team stated that they were looking for 5% upside with a bearish put spread as protection for a 10 to 20% drawdown. I'm sure they've changed that trade. They have to have trade. They have to have.
FB Facebook says messenger outage, working on
All right, SPY's breaking out.
things back to normal as quickly as possible. That's Foxtrot Bravo.
SPY, look at this. I'm so happy for everyone in the trading room because it's giving even people that have waited to the last minute or for whatever reason are still waiting, riding a lot of these gains. This is beautiful. Wow. That's a beautiful thing. All right, let me adjust a few things here. I haven't looked at this chart in a couple of days. All right, so we're above these top levels now. All right, so that's there. Don't need that one. Don't need these. These are quarterly expirations. That's all these vertical lines are quarterly expirations. All right, so that looks good. Look at that, and look at RSI. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people, Frank, looked at that collar as a bearish because it was more downside, 20% downside max versus 5% upside. So yeah, I can see where you're talking. Yeah. Okay. So wow. All right. So commit this to memory. The last time the Fed did the same thing, this is exactly what happened. We closed at the highs of the day, and VIX sold off as they sold volatility. They don't need the protection right now. So the flip side of it is now options have gotten the put options have gotten very cheap. I was kidding around about maybe I would take some puts just before the kind of kidding. I was actually kind of serious too. That I was thinking about taking some puts.
Jim Cramer tweeting, I do expect sellers of PayPal and MasterCard and Visa to be back tomorrow. They are just lapping up the buy programs, but they have some left, and like the terrible traders they are not using the buy programs to offload stock.
What the hell is Cramer talking about?
MA and letter V, tweet from Jim Cramer.
So apparently Jim was long something? PayPal? You remember the flash crash? How he was freaking out about a lot of his a lot of people were actually freaking out about his I think it was Procter and Gamble that went from like 60 down to like $5 intraday. Remember that flash crash? That was crazy.
Dow Jones reporting House Democrats release updated text.
FedEx looks like it's going to go some more.
Tax includes paid leave, changes to state and local tax deduction. Raises $10,000 cap on state and local tax deductions to $72,500. Says bill will likely face changes in the Senate.
Um, Microsoft, nice follow through. There goes SPY. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm just maybe feeling a little bit euphoric, actually. I know when I start feeling like this, it's time for me to start taking some positions off. Plenty of things could still keep going, especially retail, biotechs, financials, especially the small cap size. But a lot of these more risky. Okay, Sava's coming off the lows.
Market on close and balance, $325 million on the buy side.
When I string together 16 straight trading days of winnings, when I string together 16 straight trading days or 18 straight trading days, like some of these trades that we had back here, when I put that many trading days together, winning trading days, that's when I start thinking, okay, after day 13, 12, 13, 14, remember this one over here, looking for a reason for it to move lower. There's no reason yet. That's the problem. The problem is that this might actually turn out to be a DMARC. What is it? A DMARC 13? What's after a DMARC 13? A 19? What's a DMARC? DMARC is 9 and 13. What's the other? DMARC. I think it's 9 and 13. Is there a 21? That's when it gets really extended. You know, his technique has really not worked that well. Let's see. We got anybody read up on DMARC? I had followed it for a while until about, when was it? About 2010, 2011, when DMARC, all of those DMARC were not working. Well, I hope everyone's had a good day. All right, so SPY's at the highs. Once again, maybe take some off into highs.
November, $5 calls now. Echo Quebec Oscar Sandy, EQOS.
Microsoft. All right, Netflix turning around here. Apple's at the high. With a couple of minutes to go. Facebook still going. Goldman Sachs, a little fade over the last 45 minutes. Nvidia trying to break out again right here. Nvidia. Wow, what a day, huh? What a day. Yeah, Mikey, I'm not doing anything stupid. Einstein's my middle name. I kid you not. People joke with me all the time. Okay, Einstein. You've heard that expression before. You know, somebody knows everything. That was my ex-mother-in-law. She knew everything better than anybody else. I have friends that were doctors. She knew better than they did. I was an architect. I am an architect. She knew better than me. You know, she was a teacher. And great. She's a teacher, ESL, you know. English is a second language in New Jersey. She was a nice person until you got into an argument with her. And then it could go off the rails really fast. All right, so we've got 4 minutes to go for the closing bell. Folks, this is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's FOMC decision day. No change in rates. The Fed is still accommodative. They're going to start their taper in December. And we'll look for that. The market should have enough follow through. I would think that many of these are going to be higher tomorrow. Maybe even gap up. So maybe keep some calls on Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Netflix, Facebook, Goldman Sachs, whatever you're trading. Maybe a few of these will gap up tomorrow. FedEx, continuation. Looks good on FedEx. Looking for the follow through. Into the close. SPY still pushing. We got 3 minutes to go. So anyway, it is Wednesday, November the 3rd. What a hell of a day it is. I have to write this down in my journal and remember exactly what happened today, lest we forget. I don't have a teleprompter here that I'm watching. If I see it, I talk about it. What a great day. What a great day. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, gamma is the indicator for me, NG. I agree with you. Gamma is the indicator for me. It trumps everything else. You know, I look at gamma and then I study the rest of the charts, not to see if I can match what gamma says, but to confirm what I'm seeing and what gamma is telling me. And today's price action, the call wall shifted up 4,700. It told you that institutions were looking for higher prices. It's not a crystal ball, but it certainly gives you an idea what their intentions are. Okay, less than a minute to go. seconds to go for the closing bell. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is November the 3rd, Wednesday. Welcome to you new members. Take care, and I will see you tomorrow.
TSLA electric tweeting, Tesla moving drivers' profiles to the cloud for smooth transition between cars, rentals, and more. Tango Sandy Lima Alpha. TSLA.
A little profit taking in today. Be big, big move on Be Big. Wow, that was a big move on Be Big. I wasn't even paying attention to it. Tesla at the high today, AMD high today, Caterpillar high today. Everything working. What a great day. What a great day in the neighborhood. Take care, everyone.
Fox reporting $1.11 FOXA.
Okay. Rob, take care. Enjoy your Lamborghini. Dow, good trading with you today. Daniel, good to see you again as usual. Jamie, John, Joe, Jimmy, James. Yeah, what a great day, right, Raul? All right, good night, guys. Raul, take care. Frank, good night. Grover, Sean, Bobby T, take care. Dollar. Grover, of course. Lee Star, Rick, take care. Paolo, Cousin Paolo, see you later. NG, take care. Cayman, see you later. Who's this CB character? Frano, good night. David, take care if you're listening. Mr. Percy, Texas, take care. Michael Keeley, you've been doing a great job, man. Take care. DT, take care. Brother Bill, see you tomorrow. Have a great evening, everyone. JJ, see you later. Matt, good night. Awesome day. Awesome day today. Tesla still going. AMD, wow. Still going, Tesla. Oh, jeez. All right, everyone. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.